proposal or a submission or an application that has been put before the authority and consequently before you as the consumers, as required and provided for. In the Act, they've requested for a revenue requirement of 4.2 billion emalangeni and 4.57 billion for the subsequent year, 2026-27. And this actually translates to a tariff increase of about 25.51 for the financial year 25-26 and 27.06 for the financial year 26-27. Please note, these are averages, and also please note, these figures exclude the 2.5 VAT electricity funded levy and the 15%, which is 15% the VAT as well as the electrification levy. So those figures are excluded. It is important, I think, that one highlights, given the nature of our audience today, because largely we've invited government ministries, we've invited business here today. To note this, it is very important to recognize that there is the component of VAT. It is not mine to speak to it extensively, but I presume that most businesses are able to claim this one back. As indicated, I've highlighted that the average is 25.51 and 27 for the 2 years, which EEC has filed an application for. EEC will extensively deal with this, but of particular note when it comes to businesses is this: your fixed charges have been kept at a lower percentage. I think this is aligned with inflation or projected inflation rate, and these would be the demand charges and the time of use tariff rates that they are asking for. The demand charge increase is 30.50, and the corporate award for time of use, it's 30.8. And for the lifeline tariff, because I am sure we are here with us, also with domestic users. Whether you are a businessman or not, I still believe you have a domestic tariff. Each one of us is likely to have that. The application for the tariff increase is 34% for the first year and 34% for the following year. We have indicated this percentage just to create an awareness that there is what we call a lifeline tariff. The lifeline tariff is specifically targeted for the indigent in society. It has very specific rules. Typically, you need to have an income of less than 3,000 or something like that. There are certain qualifications. You really need to demonstrate you are indigent to qualify. You apply for this particular tariff. But in essence, you then pay 60% less than your normal domestic tariff. I believe I've already touched on this slide, but it basically summarizes what I've said in a graphic format, that the application is received on this date. We go through this process of the review. Needless to say, I think once EEC files these applications, in parallel with the consultations, with the public consultations, what we then do is we engage and request for information, evidence, and anything that will assist us to make the decisions from EEC. So there is an ongoing engagement on the background just to validate some of the requests and understand the justifications, because ultimately we need to make an informed decision which has supporting documentation from EEC and discussions. Even if there are computation errors, we pick those. Even if there are bases of making certain assumptions or economic assumptions, we actually do query that. I think it is our role. So there will be an economic analysis and a technical analysis, and that has to go on the background, and which will determine whether we approve the tariff or disapprove it, or we adjust it, I think, as we engage with EEC. Then I think between this period, once we have made the tariff announcement, we then allow for EEC to either adjust the budget in terms of the final revenue requirement that has been approved. And ultimately, on the 1st of April, the new tariff is actually applied. So today is all about that, to really engage you and receive your submissions. I only have one prayer or request to you. I think we've now done a number of these, and I think I'm getting increasingly unpopular for requesting people to stick to the agenda. The reason it becomes important to stick to the agenda is because depending on the mix of crowds you have, I think we've had a very interesting mix of consumers. We sometimes push the agenda to matters that are totally unrelated to the tariff. And we think perhaps this is an inappropriate forum. So we will guide, I think, in the event that we think we are totally digressing and raising issues which are totally unrelated. But I believe in the audience that we will guard ourselves and stick to the general issues and related issues as we discuss today's as we make submissions. I deliberately put this slide just to indicate a number of economic indices that are related to the tariff application. One being the EEC application we receive over the years, what ISERA actually approve, what NESA, which is our sister regulator in South Africa. Incidentally, they are in exactly the same space where we are. There are public consultations in South Africa, and it would be interesting that we also follow them because they influence what will eventually land on our plate as a country. And eventually another economic index is the standard, I think, inflation rate, because these are parameters that are taken into consideration within the context of our economy when we make a final decision. You will note that in a particular year, let me just take a year way back when we assumed the role to regulate the tariff, and application of 15.5% was placed, but this is what the regulator eventually awarded, about 8%, against the backdrop of a NESA award of over 25%. And again, you look at where inflation was also sitting, etc. So essentially, I think this is what goes on. There is so much that goes on into this computation. It is not just literally EEC ask for this, and then arbitrarily, I think the regulator would then give an award. I will not go into the detail. I think the MD of EEC, or whoever is going to be speaking for EEC, will highlight something called a regulatory clearing account. Essentially, we deal with a situation where EEC is going to make a revenue requirement, let's say, of 2 billion, and they end up with 3 billion. That's more than what they were awarded. And that money has to be refunded back to the consumer. In the event there is an under-recovery, again, EEC is entitled to come and claw back that money. So we do make those considerations in these applications. Essentially, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was just a highlight. I think mine, and most importantly, is to present EEC to you, to justify and present their application. And our role as a public and as a consumer is to ask necessary questions, make suggestions that will assist us as a regulator to arrive at a decision, and we will use your input to arrive at the final decision. I truly submit, and I would like to hand over to EEC to take us through. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I have energy. I note that the regulator's voice was a bit lower. I hope when we leave today, we will understand each other, why we have made this proposal. It's a difficult for us as well as the utility to have to come to you, to beg you to continue to support the service that we deliver to you at this price. And I need to say that every service has a price. When I walk around the country, people believe that if one offers a service, it should be for free. I am yet to see a free service. The regulator has already mentioned that we have come here to make a request for an average tariff increase of 25%, 25.51% for the first year, 25-26, and 27.06% for the second year, which is 26-27. I need to say that a very long time ago we agreed that we will follow a multi-year price determination so that it also helps businesses to plan instead of an annual request for or rather of conducting these hearings every year. The reason why we have reached these figures is multiple-pronged. One, if we look at the cost of delivering the service, which includes the cost of buying power from our sources so that we can make it available to you as our customer, is going up. We have combed our budgets to determine areas of efficiency, and we have ended up with this. Otherwise, it could have ended up higher. We have also considered and noted in our previous applications that, as the regulator has indicated as well, that we have been subdued. We've received subdued awards, and we've had to shave the fat in our budgets, and now we are cutting to the bone. And if we cut to the bone, it won't work. We need to sit down and look at how best we can provide you a service at the least cost. And this is what it is, the least cost. Now, if you look at our supply profile, we have a variable cost, which is basically the cost of supply, as well as a fixed cost. And for the fixed cost, the increase is limited to inflation for both years. And we have determined the inflation from the Central Bank of Eswatini to be sitting at around 5.04% for the first year and 4.92% for the second year. But before we go into that, let's refresh. And I would like to welcome those that are on social media as well. The electricity supply industry is structured in this manner. We have power generation, transformation, transmission, transformation, distribution, and customers at the end. And many of us are sitting at this end, and then there are some of us that are also participating in this end. But we all understand that throughout this value chain, from generation to customers, there are costs associated at every step of the way. And the reason why we have come to you is to discuss those costs and also inform you that this is what we are going to expect in the next year. But before I go there, I just want to refer to our strategy. And this is a review. I'm not going to go through the whole strategy map. I'm just going to focus on these 2 areas and these levers as well. If you look at our strategy, we have determined that as a utility, we need to remain financially sustainable. And the reason for us to remain financially sustainable is to continue to provide the service to you. If we are not financially sustainable, we will liquidate. And then there will be a substitute. The substitute, we don't know how it will go. We also have an objective to become, or rather to play a positive role in the Eswatini GDP. We understand that every business that we serve, every community that we serve, has productive use of electricity. And that productive use contributes to the economy of the country. Even as EEC as well, we need to make sure that we remain affordable. Now, affordable doesn't mean cheap. I don't know how to define it, but it means you can still afford to pay for it and continue with the business as well. We also want to empower the economy and give access to every Liswati. And those 2 elements are very key, because without electricity, the economy is not empowered. And the government has an objective for universal access by 2030. So every Liswati needs to have electricity. And the government has made funds available for us to achieve that. You have also made the funds available to make that possible through the levy, and we need to acknowledge that. But as a company, we are also looking at other sources of revenue. We are not just looking at selling electricity as the only source of revenue. We have assets that can be leased for others. For example, we have fiber in our system, and this fiber has been leased to communication companies such as EPTC, and that generates additional income for us. And that contributes towards this financial sustainability. We recognize that we cannot forever increase tariffs on electricity to remain sustainable. And as I speak, we have a collaboration agreement with EPTC and others to grow the communication network. And with that, we expect to get more revenue. And that revenue, it will be demonstrated that it is used to cushion the electricity price on your side. We also look at increasing operational excellence, and part of that, we are looking at how we can increase generation efficiency and capacity. There are a number of projects that we are going to talk to, which speak to these two objectives, efficiency and capacity. We also work towards increasing transmission and distribution efficiency and reliability. You will note that there are quite a number of projects around the country where we are increasing reliability of the transmission network. We are now moving to the distribution network. Some of these projects include putting our lines on steel towers or underground so that we can eliminate the elements that affect overhead lines, as well as the unreliability of wooden poles as well. Among others that I'm going to talk to in this map is the procurement efficiency, because this is an area where we are potentially going to bleed if we are not going to take care of it. And as EEC, we are subject to the public procurement agency and also regulations as well. So our procurement is not just done to friends. You have to follow the laid down procedures to make sure that whilst we go to the market, but the market doesn't take advantage and use us as captive. Now, the other important lever that we are working on is the reduction of carbon footprint. And we do that in recognition of the country's commitment to the international communities. And at the same time, we need to be responsible to make sure that there is a reliable supply of electricity for the economy as well. Now, in this slide, all that we are demonstrating is performance from the previous year. And we want to show that this is the amount of energy that the country needs currently, about 1,170 gigawatt hours. And of that, we generate 316, and 1,443 is imported. Out of these sales, we generate 2.64 billion emalangeni in revenue. And remember that our revenue is demanded to cover all our expenses, plus some margin as well, as we will demonstrate later on. Now, out of these imports, we paid 1.773 billion emalangeni, which translates to about 67% of the total revenue. And after all expenses have been deducted on the operation of EEC, we end up with an operation loss of 69 million emalangeni. And that has been going on for the last 2 years. And we expect that this financial year, the position will be worse. And that is against the backdrop that our fixed costs have been increasing by inflation. We also have in our system 285,000 or 86,000 customers. And the majority of these customers are domestic customers. And I believe it's 97% of the customers are domestic customers. And these are the customers that cost us more to provide a service. Then these customers are served by 800 plus 900 contractors. The 803 are permanent, or rather employees of the EEC, and supported by 900 employees on the contractors. From the contractors, the normal activities that are allocated to them are construction of new lines and construction of the group schemes for which serve the domestic customers. We also use them for maintenance where there is a large chunk of maintenance as well. Now, from this slide, I just want to dispel the myth that EEC is making profits. If you look at the total revenue, now this is not just the sales of electricity. Now this is total revenue that EEC gets. We have total cost of sales amounting to 2.5 billion. Now that leaves about 200 million to cover all the other expenses. If we deduct admin and fixed cost of 364, we now end below the zero line. Already this is posting a loss in the system. And then we deduct other foreign costs. These are foreign exchange costs of 6 million. And how this arises because we buy electricity from various sources, including the Southern African Power Pool and EDM. And Southern African Power Pool charges electricity in dollars. Similarly, EDM charges electricity in dollars. Only the ESCOM electricity is paid for in an equivalent to Lilangeni. So all the dollarized purchases that we make, including some material that is purchased from overseas, attract the foreign exchange fluctuations. Income tax, we reflect it as a positive here because last year this year we got the year we are reporting on, we got an award for an overpayment of income tax. But this is not cash that comes to the EEC. It is a credit that remains with the income tax, or rather with the tax authorities. But we have to report it. Then that brings the loss closer to the zero line. And then we have other income of about 51 million emalangeni, which we will explain later, from the leases and other areas as well. We have financing costs, where we have loans. We have a loss of revenue of about 5 million as well. Then we have this confusing part, where we have a share of profit on the company that we own between ourselves, ESCOM and EDM in Mozambique. The line that cuts through the country with a substation at Etwaleni is owned by Motraco, which is fully owned by EEC, ESCOM and EDM of Mozambique at a third of each. And this is the third of what we share from that company. That is again not income that comes to us, but it is recorded. If EEC was not party to that company, if we had not taken part in that company, our accounts will end here and then we'll show a net loss. Now, this here now result in this net profit, but it is not a profit from the EEC operations. The EEC operations have resulted in a loss of about 70 million emalangeni. And this further demonstrate that if you look from 2020 to date and projected to 2025, the operating profit, yes, it was 500 million before in 2020 against a net profit of about 450 million. In 2022, it began to decline. And this trend continued as going down And that, you can see, it relates again to the awards that were given to the EEC, as we will demonstrate later on. So 2023 and 2024, we have a loss of about 70 million. And then in 2025, we expect a loss that is closer to 200 million. And that is because we have not been able to recover enough to pay for the bills. In fact, you would have seen in the news that we are already using an overdraft to pay for our electricity that we buy from our sources. And that is as a result of the disparity on the import price versus the selling price. In the peak periods during this winter, we were paying more than what we were recovering from our customers. In fact, we were recovering only about 70% during the peak of what we were buying. Now, what this has then led to, if you look at the decline, it has meant that we have to cut back on maintenance. And cutting back on maintenance has led to the decline in the average service availability index. And the service availability index is calculated from the interruption frequency index and the duration index. Now, it means there are more faults in the system because we are not doing as much maintenance as we can do because we don't have sufficient funding to do that maintenance. Now, the regulator has shown you a more concise picture, or rather a more comprehensive picture here, but we have chosen to only show you what has happened between the awards in South Africa against the awards in Eswatini, bearing in mind that we are buying the majority of our electricity from South Africa. So if you look at 2016, NESA awarded Eskom 13.2%, and then in the same time we were awarded 11.7%. In 2018, there was a court case. Eskom had been awarded more than that, but by around March or April, they had lost a court case, which the court awarded 2.7 to Eskom and 5.3 in 2018 and 2019. We had been awarded 14.7%. And you can see that this precedes the 500 million net profit that we got. Now, if you look at 2020 and 2021, and we will remember that there were economic issues during that period, some of it were associated with COVID as well. The regulator awarded some percentage, and I remember it was less than 5%. But then the government decided that because of the situation that the whole world faced, companies were on lockdown, so there was a decision to put that in abeyance. So we remained with 0. At the same time, Eskom was awarded 14.0% and 13.5% on that. That is then the time when we started to use those reserves that had been created as a result of the profits to cushion our customers. And remember, there was also load shedding in this period. We minimized the load shedding. We continue to buy electricity as is, even though there was another depression in pricing in 2022 and 2023. As individuals and domestic users, we experienced an increase, but businesses experienced a reduction. And that reduction resulted in this negative increase on the revenue required to provide the service. Again, on those years, we dug deep into the reserves because of the declining profits, resulting in 2023 in the loss and in 2024 in the loss. In 2024, Eskom received 19.2% and 13.2% in 2025. And the periods coincide with our periods as well. So we had EDM previous year giving us a rise of 29% because during this period they had offered us very cheap electricity, which made the situation better than it would have been without EDM. Even though the volumes from EDM are so small compared to the volumes that we buy from Eskom, during this period, it did contribute to improving the situation to become better than it would have been. Now, but with the subsequent years, EDM went ballistic with 29, 33, and 32%. By the way, I need to say that the increments that they were asking were much higher than that. We had to negotiate them down to a level where they couldn't go any further. They were still better in price, which is the reason why we continued to trade with them. This period here, we received this 9.1 average, while others were much higher than us as well, which is resulting in the decline in the revenue as well, or rather in the profitability of the company. I apologize, my laptop is a bit far. The implication for what we have seen in the trend on the awards at Eskom, EDM, and the EEC is that we have had to defer some of the capital projects. And that then compromises our investment into reinforcing the network as well as generation projects. It is important that I point out that when you go to the banks to borrow money, and you all know, the bank looks at your performance, your financial performance. If your financial indicators do not please the bank, they will not borrow you money. And if they had borrowed you money, they will start to look at the possibility of defaulting and look at the default clause. We also have delayed the implementation of plant maintenance, which has resulted in the decline in our service availability index as well. And then the depletion of the cash reserves. The cash reserves which we use to cushion you whenever there are fluctuations in the market. Okay, why are we here today? We want to assure you that we have looked at everything possible. And the main thing that drives the increase of the tariff is the increase in import costs and increase in new generation prices. It is not true that when we have our own generation, we will have cheaper electricity. We may be able to control the rise over the years, but there may be an initial shock. And we've done calculations on new facilities, and we recognize that new facilities will not be coming in at lower prices. The only facility that will come in lower prices is solar. But solar is not reliable because of its variability and in its intermittency. Oil prices, especially because we use transport, also have an impact on the tariff. We buy transformers which are filled with oil, and whenever there is a change in oil prices, there's a change in transformer prices as well. And the majority of the transformers that we buy throughout the year are used for new projects as well as maintenance. Metal fluctuations, commodities in general, have been on an upward trend over the years. The foreign exchange rates have been on an upward trajectory as well, which has an influence on the tariff as well. We have increased the distribution network, you will see in the latest slide, and that also contributes to the rise in tariffs as well. And I have already said that our distribution network is increasing access rates, but we are experiencing a rise in servicing those customers as well. I'm going to rush through this because these are demonstrations of the trends of what I've spoken about in commodities. And just to stop here a bit to show that our transmission infrastructure has remained basically stable, but we have been increasing the distribution network over the years. It seems to have plateaued around this period here. You'll recall that this was the period where we were on lockdowns due to COVID. There was very little activity there. And then after that, we have increased again. The total transmission plus distribution line are now sitting at about 28,000 kilometers. And that means costs to maintain the system as well. Okay, as I said earlier on, we have looked at the various economic factors that drive pricing. That includes the CPI, the foreign exchange rates, the weighted average cost of capital, and then the anticipated increase of imports from Eskom through the NTSCSA, and then population growth. We have checked with the central bank, and they have given us 5.04 as the CPI for 2025-26 and 4.092 for 26 and 27. The rand-dollar exchange rate seems to be hovering around that during that period. But we cannot be certain about rand-dollar exchange rates because of the dynamics that goes into geopolitics. At the time when we got the information, there was no certainty who was going to be the American president, and now we have Trump. We don't know how the dollar is going to react, but we can hope that it will remain on the trajectory that was projected. If I may proceed, the Eskom, sorry, before I go, I just want to explain. You will have heard that Eskom applied for an average of 36%. Following the trends from the past, we observed that they don't always get what they have asked for as well, just like us. We don't get what we have asked for. But we believe that they will get something around about 20%. Now, when they get something less than that, we hope they will announce it much earlier so that we can then adjust our numbers. But our numbers are now based on the 20% and 15% for the following year. Excuse me. Now, there is a formula that we use, and it's used in the SADC region, which determines the revenue required to meet the cost of delivering the service, plus some margin. And I have already explained that We have calculated the weighted average cost of capital to be 13.91%, and we use that for the return on assets. Now, it's important that the cost, or rather the tariff, covers the cost of imports and the operating cost less other income. We deduct other income that we receive from the sale of assets that are paid for by the electricity customers. And these assets may include rental of space in Manzini at the Manzini Regional Office, as well as the fiber infrastructure. Depreciation has slightly increased in this period to about 148 million due to assets that are going to be put into or recorded into our books at the end of this financial year. We are constructing a line in Hlangano between Hlangano and Lavumisa, and that line cost us about 500 to 600 million emalangeni, and that will be recorded into our asset books, and that has been taken into account in this calculation here. What has happened in the past is that we have had some over-recoveries. But in the last 2 financial years, we've had under-recoveries as well. So we are now going to factor that into the formula, and it has resulted in a net over-recovery of 11 million, which we have split into 2 financial years. And in the first financial year, we are returning to the customers 5.8 million emadangeni, and in the subsequent year, we will do the same. And when you add these numbers and deduct the 5.8 million, you end up with a 4.2 billion emadangeni, which is required to provide the service for the first financial year, 2025 and 2026. That results in an increase of tariffs by 25.51%. In a nutshell, if you look at this pie chart here, you will recognize that 60% of the revenue will go towards the purchase of electricity. And if we don't have that 2.5 billion to purchase electricity, it means we will have to either borrow money to buy electricity, or we load manage. And load management means, it's a nice way to say we will build load shedding. And we don't want to get into that level, because if we do that, businesses will be affected. Access to internet will be affected. 28% of our revenue will go towards operation expenses. And the operational expenses include maintenance as well as salaries for operation, transport, and all the others as well. 4% is allocated to depreciation, and 9% is allocated to returns and other over-recoveries or under-recoveries. In this case, it's over-recoveries. The following year, 2026-27, we are expecting to import electricity at 2.8 billion and the operating cost at 1.2 billion. Again, depreciation is expected to be at 189 million, and the return on asset at 361 million. We would have depreciated some of the assets. That is why that return on asset goes down. And at the end of the day, we have a Sales revenue required of 4.57 billion emalangeni, resulting in 27.06% increase. Again, we have factored in the 5.8 million emalangeni over recovery, which is now deducted from the total that we see here, resulting in this. Again, 60% is spent on buying electricity, 27% will be spent on operation and maintenance expenses, 4% on depreciation, and 9%, or rather 8%, on recoveries and return on assets. This formula here basically demonstrates that we have deducted over recoveries of 5.8 million on each year, and other revenue of 21 million on each year. We expect to raise about 21 million other revenue, and this is because there has been a reform in the contract that we have with the telecom companies as well. Now, total revenue for the year is 4.2 billion and 4.5 billion, resulting in these respective increases of 25.5 and 27.06 for this financial year. And please note, the contributing factor is the cost of buying electricity, as well as the increase in the networks, increasing maintenance cost. I'm going to rush through this part of the slide because we have spoken about the import tariff increases. There is also a need to show a healthy income statement and balance sheet and cash flow so that we can attract funding for the new generation. Average rains are going to go down in the next financial year. We expect less generation. There's also fluctuation in foreign exchange rates that we expect to influence this tariff. Now, in this slide here, we're just demonstrating that EEC needs to embrace this mix of energy. The ESERA is procuring PV. We have battery energy storage system in our own PV in Lavomisa, which was commissioned about 3 years ago. ESERA is procuring biomass. We also have a contract with one of the sugar mills where they are supplying us with electricity from their biomass. We are building another hydro in Maguga to increase on the fleet. The capacity will be about 10 megawatts. We are doing a geothermal scientific research to determine whether there is sufficient geothermal energy below us to increase the facilities. What we have observed is that geothermal is not going to be influenced by the cost of resources, because once you sink your well and you get your steam from the ground, you are not going to pay anybody to stock coal in the earth. It's heat that is already there. And you're not going to be buying any truckloads of coal to provide for that energy. So it's energy that's there, like solar. The advantage with it is that it is more predictable and it is more reliable than solar. And it has no variability as well, which is the reason why, even though it is expensive, but we have put that onto our plans to develop. We are also going to be developing a coal thermal power plant through our subsidiary and partnerships that we have entered into with people that know mining and also have access to funding for coal. You will recall that there's a global freeze on funding coal thermal power station by banks. But that doesn't mean banks are the only sources of funding. It's just that you need somebody that can carry you with that private funding. Coal replacement is also an area that we are looking at actively through our research and development, because we recognize that by 2050, we need to have phased out all coal, or we have clean technology that will absorb the carbon emissions so that we can still sustain our coal power plant. The ASERA and ourselves are also looking at the possibility of wind to include in the generation mix so that we can achieve the net zero that is required by 2050. Some of the areas that we have looked at are our losses. The system losses are inherent. System losses are sitting at an average of 12.68%, comprising of transmission and distribution and commercial losses. The latter can be managed. The transmission and the distribution losses require heavy investment so that we can change the voltage at which we operate to reduce system losses, or alternatively, we shorten the transmission lines and the distribution lines, and that requires a lot of investment. And we are still yet to justify the investment on reducing the losses to the level that you see in countries such as UK, USA, where they are operating at different voltages. The average on the first world countries is sitting at around about 5%. The average losses on developing countries is much higher than our average. Some countries are sitting at about 30%. We are working towards keeping that within the range of 14 and 15%. Some of the operation costs are as a result of weather patterns. You can see here, several years ago, we have a deluge of water washing away infrastructure along the Matsapa area. And accessibility of some of our customers is challenged by roads that are not paved, and that increases our operation costs as well. The weather, vandalism, roads that are barely accessible, resulting in us deciding to buy a vehicle that looks like this, so that we can access those customers in those areas as well. We've experienced a lot of vandalism on the network. Here you can see there's a cable that was cut. Similarly with these transformers as well. Same thing applies here. We have vandalism as well as weather related. And in this area here, it's amazing that somebody decided to light a fire around this pole. Now, what we are intending to do as well in response to your needs and requirements is to develop an app that will allow you to access information which you may use for the know your customer as requested by the bank. We also contributes towards corporate social initiative activities in the health, socio-economic, development, education, environment, as well as safety and security. And in these areas, we use not more than 1% of the revenue that we get. And it goes a long way as well to create that relationship between the company and those recipients. I've already spoken about the rate of return as a cap for our CapEx. In 2025-26, we have budgeted for about 4,361,000. We have capped it under this 400 million and the 361 million, which is a return on our assets for 25-26 and 26-27, respectively. And I need to say that these are calculated only on the assets that are regulated. Assets that are sponsored or donated do not go into the formula. Okay, I've already spoken about other recoveries. I just want to demonstrate how we arrive at the 11 million. In 2014 and 2015 to 2020-21, we had an over-recovery of 255 million emalangeni. But in 22-23, we had an under-recovery of 183. And in 2023-24, we had an under-recovery of 59, which result in the net 11 million over-recoveries, which we have factored into the formula as money that is deducted from our revenue required. Now, in this slide here, we just want to show that and dispel the myth that electricity tariffs in Eswatini are higher than everywhere else in the region. If you look at EEC, we are sitting at 465 if you buy 200 units. But in South Africa, at the ESCOM area, you pay 786. In eThekwini, it's 676. And in Tshwane, you pay 586. In Erongo, which is in Namibia, you pay 569. And in EDM, that's in Mozambique, you pay 534. It's still higher than what we are paying. These countries where they are paying lower than us are heavily subsidized by the government. If we had Angola, it would be sitting somewhere here. And in Angola, they have this unique situation where they have used the oil revenues to build power stations, and the power stations and transmission lines are handed to the utility. And the utility just has to pay for and recover for operations and maintenance without the capital. The government also provides them with the fuel for the power stations in the case of the heavy fuel oil or gas power stations. Whereas in our case, we have to buy everything. We have to invest on infrastructure as well. Okay, what plant projects do we have? Now, I've already indicated that these projects have been budgeted to 282, which is below the return on assets, and also 233 for 27 and 26-27. In these projects, the intention is to increase reliability and also make sure that we reduce the outages that are as a result of poor transmission infrastructure as well as distribution infrastructure. If you drive along the Manzini-Sitegi Road, you will have noticed that we have replaced all the wooden structures with the steel structures. And we believe that with the steel structures, we will have less maintenance cost going forward. And that will reduce our fixed cost. We are also going to be doing some projects, some of which have started. In the Ferreira Canal, you will also note that Ferreira Canal supplies us with water from Usutu to Etwaleni. And that canal was built in 1963. It's been leaking water. It has areas where we have aqueducts where it crosses ravines and rivulets. And those aqueducts were leaking and proving to be costly to maintain as well. So we are relining that canal all the way from Usutu to the confluence where it joins the Mkinkomo to Etwaleni canal. And we believe that it will improve the amount of generation in terms of volumes, because now we will have no water losses along the way. And we have also increased the size of the canal as well, so that we can get more water from the river. We are also buying a diesel generator that will assist us during emergencies, and that will also apply when we have a request from South Africa to load shed. You will recall that we were not load shedding as much, mainly because we had negotiated with ESCOM that if they could allow us not to load shed during stage 1 and start load shedding at stage 2. And the reason is being that if you load shed a small economy, you quickly collapse it. Yes, as individuals in South Africa, they suffered a lot. But if you look at the global picture in the country, we are a small user of the whole system in the ESCOM area. And load shedding a percentage of our load is significant, though, in the country. Because 10 megawatts could be supplying the whole of the Ezulwini area. And shutting down the whole of Ezulwini area will affect the businesses in the area, as well as the domestic customers. And that will be bad for the economy. We are also increasing capacity at Komintaba, where we are operating a 10 megawatt solar by 2 megawatts. And this is because of the limitation by the area. By the way, if you have technical knowledge on solar, you might want to ask, why are we not increasing the capacity of the whole plant by putting higher yielding solar? The answer to that is that we still have to recover the investments that we made in that plant. And it's been amortized over a period of 20 years. Now, if we were to recapitalize now, it would mean that we are increasing the cost of generation in that particular plant. Other projects that we have submitted to the regulator include the buying of strategic spares. Now, strategic spares are important, particularly when it comes to large transformers. Large transformers take about 12 months to deliver, and we cannot afford to have that amount of time of outage should a transformer go faulty in any of the substations. So it's important for us that we have these strategic spares on site, so that when one goes faulty, we can quickly turn around and supply you with power while we send the faulty transformer for repairs. We are also replacing the Kenrock switchboard, which has been experiencing a lot of outages in recent years, with a new switchboard that will be more reliable and less costly to maintain as well. Buluzi Loop, this is one of the projects where we are going to be introducing a loop-in, loop-out for Tabankulu substation and eliminating a common fault that always happens around that area, where we have 4 lines making a cross. And if there's an outage on one line, we have to shut down both lines, or rather all lines, to provide maintenance. But with the loop-in, loop-out system, we will have more reliability because we have different areas that are feeding the same area. Now, in distribution, we will be improving reliability by using auto reclosers, which we will use to sectionalize long lines that run between substations and loads to improve fault finding as well as reliability. We will be installing aerial bundle conductors as well on areas around townships, as well as forested areas, so that we can eliminate these intermittent faults that are associated with open wire systems. We will also install underground systems around towns to improve reliability. The one thing that you need to understand is that in the city areas where we have overhead systems, every time you need to replace a pole, you need to break a pavement. And if you break a pavement, you have to restore it. And that increases the cost of maintenance in those areas. We are also going to invest money on steel monopoles for some of the key distribution feeders. We've already started doing so in the Malkans area. Those that have farms in the area would have noticed it. And that is going to also increase reliability and reduce maintenance. Our observation on a line that we built in 2004 or 2005 in the Mhlume area is that we haven't done a lot of maintenance on that line, and yet it's a critical line to support the sugar mill. I've already indicated that we'll be making or rather building an application to allow you to access more of the EEC services at your convenience. Motor vehicle replacements are on the cards as well. We run a fleet of about 290 vehicles. We don't replace all vehicles at once, but we replace aged vehicles which have increased maintenance cost in order to reduce the cost of maintenance of vehicles. And of course, furniture in some of the depots. What then this means is that for domestic customers, the increase is about 34%. You will increase from 2 emalangeni 27 cents to 3 emalangeni 4 cents in 2025-26. The non-time of use customers will be paying 3 emalangeni 83 cents next year compared to 3 emalangeni 6 cents. Time of use customers pay an average of 2 emalangeni 54. That will increase to 3 emalangeni 24, an increase of 30.8%. However, because of the factors I mentioned, there is a fixed cost which are increasing by an inflation rate. Then that leads to an average of 25.5% increase on all costs of electricity. Similarly, with 26-27, domestic customers will have an increase of 34%, increasing tariffs from 3.04 cents to 4.07 cents, and non-term of use from 3.83 cents to 4.82 cents, a 28% increase. Time of use customers will increase rates from 3.24 cents to 3.97 cents, an increase of 30.8%. Again, an average of 27.6% increase. Now, in this slide here, we just want to give an example of what happens if you're a domestic customer and you buy units for 100 emalangeni currently, next year, and the following year. You will note that this year, for 100 emalangeni, as a normal domestic customer, you get 44 units. And then next year, you get 33, and the following year, it will be 25 units. The regulator has mentioned that we have indigent customer tariff, the lifeline tariff. The lifeline tariff is pegged at 60% of the normal domestic customer tariff. And they are currently getting 73 units for 100 emalangeni. Next year, they will get 54 units, and the following year, 40 units as a result of these increases. Okay, if I may give an update on current year projects and activities. If you look at this graph here, this demonstrates how much power we have generated from our own units. On this year, we have we increased generation capacity as a result of more rain, as well as the commissioning of Lavomisa. Lavomisa contributed about 22 gigawatt hours this financial year when we had a full year of production. This year we didn't have a full year of production because it was commissioned towards the end of the financial year. But this year we note a decline in generation within the country because of declining rainfall. And this has continued to this current year, where we are not expecting to get to the same levels as we had this year, because if you drive around Lupotlo, you will notice that Lupotlo is dry to the bed. This is what Lupotlo looks like, and it's a shadow of what it has been in the past, and this is because of the drought. You will also have read in the news or heard in the news that this has affected the most of Southern Africa. In fact, if you look at Zambia, Zambia has been load shedding 21 hours. They're making electricity available for 3 hours because the dam levels at Kariba have gone down to below the level, and they have had to shut down generation at those facilities and are relying 100% on imports, which has also contributed to the increase of the prices of electricity, because there has been a high demand of electricity with no significant increase in generation facilities in the region. This is the project I mentioned earlier on, where we are relining the Ferreira Canal, and this is showing project or rather progress in the last month. We expect that this project will be completed by August 2025, and I am hoping that it will be finished earlier than that, so that we can start utilizing it much earlier in the high season. This is an example of an aqueduct. So you can see here we have had to rebuild this aqueduct to allow the water to cross over this ravine. We are also very earnest in our generation expansion program. We have signed agreements with the Lower Makutuza developer, and we believe that by January 2027, they would have completed the project and contribute 13.5 megawatts into the system. This project is a run-off river, so it is going to be running much longer than our hydropower plants. Our hydropower plants run for 5 hours because of the type of hydrology that we have. We are also investing money on Makuka. Currently, that project is at evaluating stage. We are currently doing the financial evaluation, and we believe that once it's done, we should be in a position to hand over site in the next quarter for construction to be completed in 24 months. Coal thermal power station, I have already indicated we have entered into an agreement with a developer that will assist us to develop mining as well as the coal thermal power station so that we can stop this dependency on resources from outside. Now the country will be subjected to load management because the current 66 kV network cannot supply the Western country as it lies. Okay, another project that we are targeting to build is support of the Northeast grid again at 132 kV from Maliatuma to Ngambeni. And that project is going to cost us around about 300 million emalangeni. The Tabankulu upgrade I've already mentioned. I will just run through and demonstrate that we have a line that we are constructing between Lavumisa and Hlangano. And at this stage, when I drove around that place last week, they are already stringing the line between Hluti and Hlangano. And we have seen some segments from Hlangano towards Hluti that have already been strung. 2 transformers in Hluti and 1 transformer each at Matsanjeni and Lavumisa will also provide stability of power in that area. And if you are looking at expanding your investments in the country, the next destination is the Shiselweni region, particularly Lavumisa, which is closer to the border, and export points. We believe that this project will be completed in January and put into operation before the end of the financial year. The next slide, I'm just demonstrating the impact of the domestic customers to the 20,900 customers. Most of these customers, as you might know, carry a 40% subsidy towards the domestic customers, and the domestic customers are increasing. Excuse me. And again, the increase of domestic customers doesn't contribute to an increase in the sales because of the low consumption that we experience on domestic customers. Some of the activities that we do includes education. This is a community where we were training them on the safety use of electricity, as well as the schools, where we go out to schools and teach children about electricity safety and the safe use of appliances. These are some of the CSI projects that we were donating, including this preschool at the refugee camp. Now, in this, as I conclude, the reason why we are coming back to you to ask for a 25% increase is to cover for these losses that we have made in this area so that we can become financially sustainable and be able to attract funders for the projects that we have put on our plans for the next 5 years. It is important that we are all aware that with the position where we find ourselves in, it is going to be a daunting task for us to attract even independent power producers. Because when they look at our books and they see the net loss, they will be worried about recovering any sales they'll be making to the grid. I've already alluded to this slide here, so I'm going to skip it and go to the next slide and request that you also look through the application as it has been provided by the regulator on the website and help us to raise the funding to bring the service to you in the next 2 financial years at the 25.5% and the 27.06% average increases. And we can assure you that this will cover the service that will be provided to you. Thank you very much.
In all fairness, I think at this juncture, I'm aware that we have other people online, and I would suggest that we take a tea break, and I hope we've been noting the presentations and have questions. I think it's going to be an open session afterwards, but I request that we take a break. Judging from the numbers, we can do it in 20 minutes. So given what the time it is, maybe let's come back at 10 to 12, because we still will break for lunch. So sorry I had to make you stay because of the other fellows online. So we will be taking comments and questions from yourself. So let us be back at 11:50. So And quite frankly, I think there isn't much from me, except to say I'm handing over the meeting to yourselves. Ngidawucela ukuthi let us ask the necessary questions. EEC has already presented their case before us, and we are the consumer. And if I may, by show of hands, request those who would like to speak or ask questions, clarity, suggestions. Just by show of hands, I need to know how many of us are going to be there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is 8 of us. Who has a ground mic on the floor? My suggestion is we take the first. I'm even tempted to say all 8 of us. Maybe let's take the first 4. No, given the numbers, let's do 4, please. Yeah, the first 4 this side, I'll come up front. Okay, please. You may say your name if you're very comfortable with it, and then please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much, Siyabonga, Sarah, and thanks to EEC for the presentation and the information. It obviously it might not necessarily be that welcome because the implications are quite high for a business. I think maybe one would just like to make a comment. Where I would like to start is basically on the comment that the EC MD mentioned when he talks of a small economy. To say obviously as a small economy, and a price increase that is so high, the economy will not be able to absorb it. Let me just give you a simple example to help EC and also to help the regulator in terms of our thinking. We are currently paying a substantial amount of money to EC on electricity, close to 200 million. So let me say I take a simple figure of 200 million, which is lower than what we're paying. So if you're asking for a 30% increase, specifically on your MT and your time of use, so you are saying to me, I need to budget for an extra, how many? 3 times 2, about 60 million for this year. And then you are telling me that in 2 years' time, that will have gone up to even 138 million or so. What business can absorb that? So I think that's something that we now need to try and consider, to say, in as much as you think this is what EEC needs, but in terms of the businesses, and mind you, I'm talking of a bigger business now. So if one starts talking of your small businesses, there is no way a business in Eswatini can absorb that amount of tariff increase. It will be deadly. That will be my first comment. But what I would like to understand, though, is in as much as the MD made the presentation, the tone was not so promising in terms of what major improvements are we going to see that will make sure that the tariffs going forward, we can predict those, and we are not so dependent on what ESCOM is charging us. Because currently the way you've made the presentation, it's such that we are just a helpless Eswatini. If ESCOM says we are increasing the tariff by 30% or 35%, so we then need to factor that in. We've talked about these power generation projects for a very, very, very long time, but we tend to be very slow in executing them, not as EEC per se, but as the country as a whole. So I think that is one area where we basically need to improve. Yes, it might not necessarily result in a reduced tariff, but it will be predictable going forward, to say it's a local generation. So whatever imports, whatever the 2.5 billion that we are talking of MT, that's going to ESCOM, if it was coming local, that will make a huge, huge difference in the economy local. I think we need to be very aggressive in terms of that, in between yourself and the shareholder, to say what are we doing for Maswati, so that all that money remains within Eswatini within the shortest possible time. Because I mean, we can't be talking 20, 30 years, we're singing more or less the same song in terms of power generation. So we need to really improve on that. I think I'll just end on those comments for now and allow the rest of the team to raise their concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Regulator, and thank you to the EEC team for their presentations. And I would like to thank the regulator especially for availing the documentation in their websites. I think I've got a couple of questions for the EEC team. And the first one relates to the assumptions of a 20% and a 15% increase from ESCOM. I think that is shown on page 26 of the application. And somewhere you have a table which shows that the ESCOM contribution to the Eswatini energy mix is 50%. So my question is, why is the increase based on the ESCOM, or the assumption based on the ESCOM increase and not on the general energy mix of Eswatini? My second question relates to page 10 of the application document, where EEC is updating us on the directives from the energy regulator. I think EEC is providing an update on the optimum financing structure and the efficiency study, which were discussed in the last application that was there. The update states that these studies have not been completed. If you look at the ESERA comprehensive report, page 58 to be specific, the EEC MD stated some 2 years ago that the contract was signed, and in May 2023, the efficiency study report will be issued. What went wrong? Why don't we have an efficiency study by now? If you look at the tariff order issued by the regulator, specifically pages 77 to 79, the regulator has issued 17 conditions of approval, but EEC has only updated us on one in the document. We request an update on the other 16, and why were they left out in your application? Going further, I would like us to discuss the geothermal exploration. I think the application states that the EEC is spending 60 million for the geothermal exploration, and you've also stated that the technology was identified in the master plan of 2018. I request the EEC to assist us with the exact section or the page number where the master plan speaks to geothermal technology as a viable option for Eswatini. Going further, we speak to the presentation by the MD. He spoke of 400 million spent on the Nhlangano Lavumisa line factored in the calculation. I think it was earlier reported that this is a loan from the World Bank. And the way I understood the presentation was that the 400 million is factored in this particular tariff increase. How long are we to prepay that loan to the World Bank? And if it is indeed the 400 million factored in this particular increase, why aren't we factoring in just a portion that is due in the next 2 years? Then we move on to the app. I mean, page 64 of your application speaks to a mobile app of 4 million emalangeni. What kind of app is worth 4 million emalangeni. And I think the last application or one of the directives, the regulator, the approval conditions, specifically number 2, it spoke of business cases submitted to the regulator. Is EEC submitting business cases to the regulator before a tariff application? You further spoke to the Ferreira Canal, Mr. MD, on behalf of EEC. The Ferreira Canal, I think in the last application, you spoke of 90 to 100 million that will be spent on refurbishing the Ferreira Canal. There are farmers that are benefiting from the Ferreira Canal. What is their contribution from the Ferreira Canal? I will end with the issue of spending 55 million emalangeni for an additional 2 megawatts at Comindaba. Why isn't EEC engaging customers that have existing plants that are able to sell to EEC instead of spending 55 million for 2 megawatts? Because if you look at the existing customers that EEC has, I am of the view that you can harness the 2 megawatts from buying from the existing customers. I think my last one will speak to the issues of steel poles. I think we're spending so much money on steel poles. Wooden structures on the transmission lines, I think they've shown to last for 20 years or so. Why are we spending so much money on steel instead of continuing with the wooden structures? Thank you, Chair.
It's just too quiet. You can hear a pin drop. I think let us continue and have 2 more speakers. I think there was a hand, yes, to you, sir, and then another hand from the lady. Yes, please, after the gentleman. Then we'll take the remaining 4, and whilst we prepare to respond.
All right. My name is Mondi Malambe, and all right. First and foremost, if this was a shareholders meeting and I was a shareholder, I'd be getting ready to pull my money out, because I'm assuming that I believe there was a renewal of the EEC contract with ESCOM. With ESCOM, right? What are the terms of that renewal? That's number 1. Number 2, it doesn't seem like we have a feasible plan for winding down our dependency on South Africa and also on EDM. So with that, we don't see a plan to say we're going to take this money and invest in the capital projects that will increase our generation. And if that was the case, we would be willing to absorb the 25% for, say, a period of 5 years, or, we're not oblivious to this. We know that energy generation efficacy takes minimum 20 years. So if we are to absorb that, let's have a plan. And that plan must be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Malambe. And then
thank you for the opportunity, everyone. My name is Mandisa Metola. I think the first gentleman had covered it for me already. But to summarize, I just want to bring up that the body, EEC, before coming to any conclusion, could you also look at the sphere that the community or the region of comparison? Swaziland, South Africa, when you were selling me 50 units, at 100 rand or 120, what's the economic level South Africa and Swaziland as well? Look at all those dynamics as well, because perhaps you're comparing someone who's earning like 20 rand versus someone who's earning 50 rand, just to make examples. Maybe to conclude, I could say, I feel like you are just a body, a business who is failing and going back to your drawing board. You feel like the best way is to remove the cushion from the customer, and which is affecting not only the domestic part, but also the industrial. If you can consider, like, for instance, Matsapa, it's mostly a highly dependent on energy area, right? There are a lot of industries that they depend mostly on energy. So did you look into that part as well, that for instance, when you are affecting the capacity of production, and then now we have to consider importing, because we start from raw material to final product. If you are increasing electricity, you mean I have to find strategies to now cheat on production. I have to now produce maybe overnight. I have to now maybe reschedule my production, which is also affecting efficiency, which is also pushing me to be incompetent in business as well. So I feel like you are a body who is failing in business, and the only way to bring yourself up is to strangle or put the customers at bottleneck. And also, could you also look into the part of maybe the hydro part of production, sorry. I'm just trying to be a little bit fast, of producing energy, right? Some of them are mostly like climate effective or aftermath. That one you cannot guarantee. I understand maybe you could also look into calling for alarm or a state of emergency for both local and international bodies, because we need support. We are a developing country as well. Please focus on that as well. We appreciate the fact that you come to us before implementing our suggestions. I think that will help as well. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think at this juncture, I think there were very difficult pointed questions that we need to respond to. I think starting from Mr. Twala, Mr. Simelane, Mr. Malambe, and Mandisa. If I can hand over to EEC to please respond. Some of them have been comments. If you could, sir, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask my colleagues to respond to the questions. I may be the mouthpiece, but some of the questions are too difficult for me, so they have the best answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MD, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Tabis. I said good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tabiso Masina. I am the Legal Counsel and Company Secretary at the EEC. I've been asked to respond to just one question posed by Mr. Twala, referring to the speed of execution. I think he was speaking to a very, very important point, and that is Eswatini is seeking to do projects that will increase its local generation. If anything, that is the biggest elephant in the room that we must tackle. And his comment that not so much the EEC, but the country must be seen to be doing something insofar as increasing the speed is concerned is a very pertinent comment, because in terms of the Electricity Act, the mandate to procure new generation capacity resides with the regulator acting in collaboration or in cooperation with the minister. So the EEC, in terms of the law, has actually even been excluded from procuring new capacity. We, recognizing the 60 years that we have in the industry, have been given an exemption to work on projects that we can ourselves do. We have tried, we have done a lot, and we're still trying, but sometimes we don't get the cooperation that we believe, the situation deserves. Not necessarily just the EEC, the situation deserves. For instance, Section 26, subsection 4 of the Electricity Act allows that in the case of an emergency or small quantities being procured, the procurement through competitive basis can actually be, waived. Not even a single waiver has been given since 2007 when this legislation was passed. Yet you could project that our energy needs going into the future are not going to be matched by our production capacity. Secondly, we have, sought to get IPPs. For instance, Lower Makutuza. Lower Makutuza is a long project, 10 years in the making, but we've tried in the past 2 years to actually fast track its commencement. You have laws that are not supporting maybe the investment that get passed. I'm not criticizing anyone, but some of these laws have contributed to frustrating that particular IPP from moving faster and contributing at least that 13 megawatts. We have had plans that we do the coal thermal production, and every time we get to a stage where we have a partner, unfortunately, our principals have either get an instruction to stop. There is somebody that we can get to do this production. Now, it will frustrate and delay you, and in fact expose you to accusations that you're not developing this project as soon or as fast as can be done. What is within our control, we are trying the best, to the best of our ability, Mr. Twala. We made an application for the coal mining in December 2023. We're about 5 days to December 2024. We still don't have that license. It would have gone a long way this past 24 months, or rather 12 months, to actually increase the speed that you are speaking to. So we would ask that the spirit of putting the country first, of working collaboratively, is one that is, placed utmost by all the stakeholders that are government, EEC and ISERA. We get accused of not maximal. There was a question, MD, I'm not going to answer it, but it's related, that why are we not applying some of the money to the people that can generate locally? We were almost in a position to sign a deal with one of those producers in December 2023. By February, they were ready for us to engage that gear. But one of our principals, or the entities that regulate us, said, no ways, stop. We're going to ignore all provisions that are there in the law that can allow this thing to be fast-tracked. We want this people to be procured through a competitive process. Now, that which could have been concluded in February is sitting in November 2024, still not concluded. And where will the speed come from? When we are protecting our mandates and not necessarily appreciating that it is the country and the country's citizens that are in dire needs of projects on the ground. So we are trying, we'll continue to try, but we ask that everybody, coalesce around this particular clear and call. Thank you very much.
Oh, I have to carry both. Is it a morning? Good morning, everyone. Oh, it's afternoon already. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vusi Gama. I'm going to try and respond to the questions that have been put forward. The first one has already been responded to, so I'll try and follow most of the questions that have been put here. There was a question on which says, why base increase on ESCOM and not on the energy mix? The increase is not based on ESCOM. The presentation did highlight that the ESCOM increase is one of the major cost drivers that actually influence the tariff. It is based on a broader mix in terms of generation, including the local generation and also what we anticipate we'll buy from Mozambique and also in the sub. I think that one has been cleared. 17 out of 16 of the directives have been responded to. 1 out of 17 and the 16 have not been responded to. We do respond to these on a quarterly basis, and most of them are based on the quality of service and quality of supply, and we do communicate those directives to the regulator on a quarterly basis. 60 million thermal, geothermal, where does the viability of the geothermal project comes from? The geothermal is we're currently doing exploration. I think the MD did highlight that we are spending the money so that we mitigate the risk in the event we proceed in terms of drilling, because that is what is going to be mainly costly. So it is important for us to do the geoscience studies so that we are actually almost certain that we'll definitely get the source of the fuel to actually drive the plant. So we're currently I'll say at exploration stage. It's part of the stages that we have to go through when we are going to be doing a thermal plant. The Lavumisa-Nhlangano line, how long will the loan be paid? Maybe I'll verify that, but what I can say is that in terms of the assets, they become part of the tariff when you capitalize them, not necessarily before we actually capitalize those assets. What kind of an app is a 4 million app? It's a good question. Doing an app for an entity as big as EEC can be costly. If you can do a benchmark on all the entities that have done apps, maybe I can't mention them by name, you will realize that some of them have spent something like 6 million or even 10 million to actually put up the app. It's important that we actually do the app because we want to try and improve our interface with the customers. We want a situation whereby customers should be able to do most of the things through the mobile applications, and the app is one of the important things that needs to be done. We currently do have technologies that we're currently using to try and assist customers interface with us. Technologies like Star Quadro 8 that have been developed internally. But if we are going to be putting a professional app that will have most of the features, it definitely does cost around that much. There was a question on the Ferreira Canal. What contribution are the farmers doing? We are mainly focusing on resuscitating the Ferreira Canal. I do know that the farmers do get something from the canal, but for now we've treated this as a project to try and optimize our generation, because currently it's actually not in a good state. But in terms of the contribution by the farmers, you will realize that EEC is an entity that is operating in an environment where most of its customers, we also have to actually plow back. We haven't actually asked for the contribution from the farmers because it's a project. Otherwise, if we were doing it together, maybe that's where the contribution will definitely come from. 2 megawatts at Komintaba, why not buy from existing customers? Maybe let me highlight why we decided to look at the 2 megawatts at Komintaba. We are currently trying to optimize on the current plant. What we have realized with the solar plant, when the panels, for example, get damaged and you have to replace them with the latest technology, it becomes quite expensive because you can't get the same panels that you had when you started the project. So it's important for us to strategize such that when we plan for a replacement of the panels whenever they get damaged, we optimize in terms of the generation of the plant. But maybe, Mpumuzi, you might add on that one if there is a need. Steel poles, why not continue with wooden poles? We are not necessarily replacing all the wooden poles, but we are strategically putting steel structures where we feel it's optimal. It's a fact that steel structures do give some level of reliability on the network, and it's important because we definitely need to comply with the quality of service and the quality of supply standard. Now, we don't necessarily replace all the wooden structures. Can you imagine a situation where you have got wooden structures? Maybe I'll pick one circuit, for example, the MD highlighted, which was the Tabankulu one. And when you have got those wooden structures down, you actually affect most of our key customers in that area. That is why we prefer putting the steel structures, because they are robust. And we do understand that we can't do all the wooden structures, replace all of them at once. We're doing them in stages. And this project, if we were to replace all of them, it would take a very long time. And there have been business cases that have been done to motivate why actually use those wooden structures. The other question that came up was, recently you have actually renewed the contract with Eskom. What are the terms and conditions of that contract? Eskom has actually recently agreed that they will extend the contract for another 10 years, reviewable after 5 years. What is currently pertaining in that agreement, because we are cognizant of the fact that we also have a generation plan that we are incorporating. We want to try and have a contract that will enable us to say, if in the event we've got excess energy, we must be able to put it back to Eskom, because 10 years is quite a long time, and it will also give us time to actually put up our own generation capacity. I think there was a question that actually came out here to say, what is it that we are doing to make sure that we have at least controllable tariffs going forward? Because if you hear of a 36% increase by Eskom, if Eskom were to get that 36%, you can imagine what it will do to our economy. So we are doing something to actually address that. The things that we're actually currently doing, currently there is 10 megawatts that we're adding in Maguka, and it's currently at adjudication stage. We've got another 13 megawatts that we'll be doing with an IPP that will also assist, and with the other projects like the geothermal, and we're also exploring the thermal power plant. All those are trying to make sure that we mitigate the future tariff increases going forward. The last question that came up was, look at the economy when applying for the tariff increase will affect production. Look at hydro. Yes, when we do the application, we do look at all those factors. That is why it's not necessarily to say we are asking for an increase just for the sake of asking for an increase. You will realize that we are actually highlighting that the major cost driver will be Eskom. Eskom is giving us our base load. And we're not necessarily saying we're basing our tariff application on Eskom. We do have local generation, and we do use that local generation to mitigate on the high tariffs by Eskom by generating during the peak hours. And we also do manage our water to make sure that we also mitigate. There is what we call a high season peak, where the Eskom tariffs will go to above 5 Emalangeni, for example, and that is June, July, and August. We do all those things to try and make sure that we mitigate in terms of tariff increases going forward. With that, I think I've almost covered everything, not unless I'm missing something. Let me check this side. Yeah, empty, maybe you can add for me.
Thank you very much. I think I just want to add to some of the responses that my colleagues have made here. And it is important to note that the Energy Master Plan does have the geothermal, but when it was done, the assumptions that were made at the time proved that it was expensive, so it was not included as part of the short-term generation plans. However, things have changed over the last 5 years, and we have consulted, which is the reason why the geothermal now features, and it is meant again to address the global agenda as well on decarbonizing the electricity supply infrastructure. And the one thing good about geothermal is that where it is used, and we are using a Kenya Generation company who have 70 years of experience in that, it does not get affected by weather, it does not get affected by climate as well, because most of your assets are sunk into the ground. The other area that I thought I should also consolidate relates to the efficiency study and the optimum financial study. Those studies have been completed and submitted to the ESERA. Yes, they have been late. There has been issues that we have had to battle with in doing those. You will understand that we follow the public procurement system, and we ended up with a consultant who didn't deliver to our satisfaction, which we had to restart the process, and we have delivered that to our satisfaction. Both the optimal and the efficiency study. And some of the directives are covered in the efficiency study as well. I think the majority of the directives that seem to be missing in the application. I also want to reaffirm the House here that if you look at the tariff application methodology, yes, we capitalize on completion, but what goes into the application methodology is the depreciation of those assets, which are depreciated on a straight line over 20 years. The loan that has been obtained has its own conditions, and those conditions require that we pay back by 30 years. And that is also meant to reduce the cost of capital, which is why it has taken such a long time, or spread the cost of capital over a longer period of time. Now, there is also the issue of the Ferreira Canal. What I want to add on the Ferreira Canal as well is that the canal passes through the properties of the farmers as well. And it's taken a servitude as well, land that could be used by the farmers away from them. So the little water that they extract is far less than what we benefit from getting the canal through those farms. Otherwise, if we were to buy the land for the servitude of the farms, it would go back to the tariff as an expense as well. Business cases, we do submit the business cases to the regulator as well. I believe that these are the questions, unless if there is anything, regulator, that I have left.
I think it was the business cases now that you've answered, but I won't comment.
All right. Okay, there was another issue on transparency of the plan. We do have a plan to win ourselves from ESCOM. But we need to understand that we need to operate a grid that is stable. Now, ESCOM being the larger grid operator, they provide that stability for our grid. Otherwise, we could find ourselves with frequency excursions, which will damage your equipment, voltage excursions, which will damage your equipment. So it will be a reduction of imports, not a total winning of the ESCOM. And we do appreciate that the capital that is flying to South Africa could be used internally as well, which is the reason why we have these plans to increase generation capacity, including the coal that I mentioned here, as well as the geothermal. And then the procurement that is done by ESERA. ESERA has procured 75 megawatts of solar and 20 of biomass from the forestry, and I think another 20 from the irrigation cogenerators as well. And I believe that we have presented these in breakfast meetings with key customers as well. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. Thank you, MD. I think you've covered all the questions. But I think what remains a fundamental concern, I would rather say, not a question. Maybe let me just clarify the one thing about the power procurement in the country and not create a doom, because we really don't want to do that. And we are involved as ESERA. In as much as the Act provides that it is the regulator, I think the ministry has moderated, and the partners who are involved in procurement is actually EEC, ourselves as ESERA, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and the Ministry of Finance. So the projects we are pursuing as ESERA, in truth, is there has been delays, and these delays are a result of a number of issues. Because you need to bear in mind that when IPPs come into a country, the requirements are quite onerous. I think part of the requirements, so that we don't speak to issues on the table and in discussion, and we focus on the subject at hand, part of the requirements are such that there's need for sovereign guarantees. They must acquire land. They need to go to lenders. There are lender requirements. There is a lot involved. But the truth of the matter is we've significantly moved in that front. And the question is, when those projects are factored into EEC's tariff going forward, will they relieve the country? I seem to have understood the MD to then to be saying that indeed they should. They certainly should, because I think from Twala's question is that will they then influence the price going forward? The answer is yes. Now we will have a predictable and determinable price increase. The problem with importing a foreign price is that you have no control over it. That's the first issue. The second issue is that you are importing that price in dollars. So, and you are exposed to the rand-dollar exchange rate. I think the reason government has really been in the forefront, I would not criticize government. I would say certainly, I think they've supported the procurement. But you do need to go through a rigorous process, because you are inviting an investor into the country, and the investor has to be guaranteed. And you're signing long-term contracts of 20 to 25 years. That's the nature of the beast. It's easy to criticize, but the reality is that is where we are as a country and a kingdom. Having said that, I think there is a comment. I think it's a general comment. It would be unfair of me not to postulate it, because it comes from the ground. Listening at the figures that were cited by Mr. Twala, they did create a mood to think that will business be able to afford and take this increase? I think it is a message that we are taking ourselves as a regulator, and I think EEC, to say you can increase. I think he cited a figure of 138 million. That would any business be able to raise that kind of money, given the gravity of the request by EEC? That is business. And I dare repeat, this is a proposal, and our task is to look into these things very seriously. I think Mandisa at the back, not in so many words, I think you've said that no matter how much you optimize your use of power, it will create inefficiencies within business. Can we look into that? I think that was a comment. Can we have a second round of questions and comments, because to assist us? I notice there's 2, 4, the numbers. Okay, can I, for a change, move in this direction? Start this side and take first 4 years. Whose mic is this?
That's for live streaming.
Okay.
Just take this one.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rodney. I'm a businessman here in Matsapa and resident here in Ezulwini. My background is I'm from the mining industry, gold, coal, power station, anthracite, Maloma. Just coming back to what your legal colleague said. In 2013, we were supposed to have power station developed here in this country. I was privy to a luncheon with the then Natural Resources Minister. Nothing's happened since. It's taken too long. This 52% over 2 years is going to really have a detrimental effect on our economy. Maybe a suggestion, can we get it tax-free, 15% off? Would that be feasible? Yes, most of my questions have been answered and questions have been put forward. But yes, I think the utility has got a big task ahead of them, and I feel for them, but the country is going to feel it worse. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This increase of 52% over the next 2 years, EEC, I would like to find out, is it possible to spread this maybe over 5 years or so? That's one. And then the second question, in the event that the biggest cost driver to this increase being ESCOM, ESCOM maybe comes back with 5% or anything less than that, than what we are currently thinking that they will increase by. Will EEC assure us that there will be an adjustment? And then the third one, the 2 megawatts addition costing us 50 million. Have we shopped around? Do we think this was the best quote? Layer 50 million for only 2 megawatts. Thank you so much.
Oops, sorry. Just take this one.
Asinibingelele bekunene. Everybody else is using English, so ngicela kusebenzisa neSiswati. Benedict Bennett is my name. I'm a user, a consumer, as well as representing inkampani lengisebenzelago. I think the presentations alamhla etinkampani and nesive sonke. Kuningana lebesinako but ngicabanga ukuthi ngalokuthi labanye sebakubutile asifuni ukugitsela kokweni. EEC siyabonga ukuthi usifakile emabhizinisini. Lamanye amabhizinisi ethu akhona because asekelwe ngu-EEC. La sisuka khona na EEC bese sebambisene nyalo sekutaba likhuni mawubuka ukuthi COVID makafika 2020 letinye tinkampani tavalwa ativalwanga EEC tavalwa iperformance nje yebusiness kuthe nga 2022 mase sicala kubuyela simo sebusiness sakhona kuphefumula singemabhizinisi kancane ekubeni kunetisebenzi lesahambisa sathi mix emakhaya ngaleso sikhathi sathi asesizame kubabuyisa emisebentini kulabanye tinkampani tehlise emaholo kuze kuthi abantu bangabuyiselwe emakhaya nyalo uma sesitawukhuluma ngabo 34% ngabo 25% on average na 27% singemabhizinisi singasho ukuthi sitayithatha leyo percent but ekugcineni kwako konke kude ibhizinisi litawukhona ukuthi yona itawuthi kulele bengitifisele kukwakha ngiyibhizinisi ngidakuthatha lokho ngikubuyise ngasekhaya ngingakumikisi kulolo thenga kimi onke amabhizinisi atawuthatha lo 25% amhlome kuphi ku consumer uthi basatawukhona yini kusithengela letinto lesithengisako bobani labatawuthenga ngoba thine asithengiseli ema exports sithengisele emaswati uma ngasaqashwa angasekho emisebentini kutawuthenga bobani lakithi lokusho ukuthi uma ngabe EEC and siyabona lokuthi vele kulikhuni uma ngabe kulikhuni kubosondo nzima how much more lakithi labancane uma ubuka ukuthi emagazeti atawuphuma nyalo national minimum wages kusene bantu labangaholi 2000 ngenyanga kuloyo 2000 across all industries and sectors kuloyo 2000 emalangeni kusafuna ngifake gas ngoba ifridge ayisebenzise emalahla ifridge ayisebenzisi tinkhuni emalambu akasebenzi ikhandlela insurance ifuna ngisuke la ikhandleleni because mangithi ngidawu insurisha indlu yami kanti ngisebenzisa emakhandlela itawenyuka le premium tonke letinto leto tihlaba kubani tihlaba kulo muntu lohamba ngetinyawo leting2 avukela ayemsebentini lo lokucashwe ngithi la emabhizinisini so kutaba likhuni bekunene noma siyiva lesikhalo senu sekuthi niyayidinga le mali thwala ubutile MD uyazama naye CEO ka Esera naye uyazama lokusiniketa icomfort but ayifiki ayingeni kahle bo CEO bam lokuthi sitawuthi mase sikwendile konke lokho bese lo gas uba affordable ngoba affordable ngilokuthi ngidawukhona yini kuphila ngale lenginako nyalo uma ngidawuthenga letinto lekufanele ngitithenge njengalabo because sikhuluma ngeapp anginandzaba ngalo 4 million ngikhuluma ngale app le app ngiyisebenzise emalahla ngeke ngiyicharge emlilweni funa ngiyicharge kugesi lo gas lo lesithi uyenyuka ngidawugcina nayo ngingakhoni kuyisebenzisa mangingakhoni ukuafforda lo gas lekufuna ngiqale ngimfakele endlini tonke letinto ditawurelaya ku gas kakhulu sitikhanze singasakhoni kusebenta bekunene siyazama lokuthi simsekele EEC but ngiyeva nekuthi kungathi khona labanye labanekuphikisa leticelo kuze thathe isikhathi lesithe kuthi by the time setifika setivunyelwa maybe setiphelelwe isikhathi akusamsiti nalo EEC but ke kufuna sitikhulumise lethu bobani lamabloho lekufuna maybe lasahambile lele kufuna babuyiswe bakhulunyiswe who are your main stakeholders who are blocking the progress of projects at EEC? Ngoba labanye sibavile baseparlamente bakhuluma bathi cha ngeke yendlule. Lokusho ukuthi bona abasiyo lenkinga. Kusho ukuthi kukhona labanye lamkhathini. Ngoba namhla nikhulumisa thina bemabhizinisi nelundu. Khona labanye laba lamkhathini bobani lele kufuna sibakhulumisa ngoba phela at the end of the day thina eMaswati ngithi lele kufuna sikhuluma. Mangabe nine niyabesaba anikhona ukufika kubo sitsheleni sitohamba siye kubo sibakhulumise. Indzaba yema profit uyizamile uyikhulumisa umphathi lomkhulu esera siyeva lokuthi ema comparisons anesa ayasetshenziswa. Sicela sibokubuka lokuthi i-minimum wage eSouth Africa ithini nyalo, ithini minimum wage yala kithi kangwane. Sihlanganise letinto. Ngoba ngiyi-consumer, I'm happy to be living in Eswatini because the standard of living is lower. And I accept ukuthi umqashi wami utangiholela lokuncane because nanaye uthola lokuncane la eSwatini. EEC, I had the privilege some years back, maybe over a decade, kunalomunye MD wakagumbi. Kusakhulunywa back then ngabo fiber. I-fiber seyefika, seyitawuze iphelelwe isikhathi kutawuze kufike lokunye. Why singamsebenzisi i-fiber wethu for telecoms? Why is EPTC kuphela? When EPTC is the cheapest service provider anyway. Naloku nje labaningi benu bangamsebenzisi. Thina siphila ngaye EEC. Ngefiber yakhe. Yini singangeni ngala ka mobile? Kubo MTN na Swazi Mobile. I do believe ukuthi EEC ifiber yakhe seyiyefika elwandle. Angakhona kusinciphisela letindleko because mawukhulisa ngala EEC uthi i-consumer ne-business i-rely so much on telco namuhla nakusasa and going forward. Bukani tindlela leningasincephetela ngaso thine bemabhizinisi nema-consumers, the end consumer, the individual. Ekwehlisa nayi load lesi uthi MD makaqala EEC or yes energy yakhe is high. Ngala ngakithi le overload, we need some load shedding. Sesithwele kakhulu EEC. Sende fakani imifutho nani letawuthi noma sikhulisa ngala but your telco cost iyehla ngala. Nivinjwe yini kubuketa your contribution towards that because mine 285,000 lesimbonile ngema customers EEC. Lokusho ukuthi EEC can instantly access emakhaya with internet. Why aren't we doing that? Lele shipile internet kunalele sikubhadala konyalo. One may be wrong because I'm not technical, but ngiyacabanga ukuthi EEC uyangiva ukuthi ngiyangakuphi. Siyatidzinga letindlela tekwehlisa letindleko lendibheke ukuthi sikubhadale thina emabhizinisi. Njengalo ngishito ekuqaleni emabhizinisi atawubhadala. But ngeke ayiabsorbe le cost atayiphasa on to someone else. Lo muntu lomunye akasena kulo 285,000 mawungathi uyabuka ukuthi bangaki laba 50 and above la sebahlale 5th floor and above. Bangaki batawukhona yini masabuyele ekhaya kusustaina lo gas lesekuthiwa kufuna akhule futhi akhule lebantu lebanganalutho lesebatawuhola ngepension. Kulkhuni EEC siyanivela nawe esera the task is big but siyacela lokuthi asesiyibuketeni bekunene singayi lengulube le fitwako say ayisakhoni ayisakhona lutho. Angithi EEC ngile ngulube ngithi mina as the consumer sekude lele ngingakhona ukuthi nyalo sengidawu hustlisha over and above what I'm doing to get more money to be able to pay for the services, because lo and behold EEC uyavunyelwa, the others will follow shortly. At the end of the day ngimi consumer lot awusafarisha bekunene kulukhuni for everyone. Asesiyibukete ukuthi sibambisana kuphi. Let us make sure we've exhausted all sources internally ukuthi singataka njani imali. Have we sengibeka phansi ngoba taze bathi sengikhulume kakhulu. Kwekugcina EEC ukhuluma ngokuthi kufuneka amabhuku abukeke for potential investors, but angabukeki for me lengilakhaya. Lele ngikubonako lengikhala ngako ngithi yathi nyalo lapha ibusiness yami funa sala ngiyibukela abo 2 years ukuthi itawu survivor. If it survivor beyond that, maybe an extra year, otherwise I need to shut down. I need a shutdown plan. Asesibukeni ukuthi kude intihlobo lengaphandle hulumende la ngasita seba invest into EEC. EEC is not a it's an independent institution as a company. To a very large extent ndihambela nodwa hulumende ule eceleni. So can we just do that, EEC? Asibuke any alternatives. Sesime nebakithi. Thina we are beyond breaking point. Thank you.
All right, thank you and good afternoon. My name is Musa Maseko, ngisuka Business Ezulwini. And thank you just for the opportunity and for the presentation from EEC. Certainly, one does expect to have quite a lot of tough discussions around this. And I think we as Business Ezulwini as well did manage to have our own round of consultations with the business community on this particular subject. And as you would expect and as you would have seen today, you tend to have quite a variety of views with regards to perhaps what's the most appropriate course of action or position to take, because there are quite a number of dynamics that I think have to be taken into account, starting with the financial stability of the utility, I think as presented in the earlier discussion, but as well as being cognizant of the socio-economic environment in which we operate. I won't litigate perhaps all of the issues because we did have quite a number of submissions that I think some of them have been already litigated and perhaps others will chime in later on. But one core principle that I think the members of Business Ezulwini did agree on was, unfortunately, obviously not a particularly popular one, but looking at the current trajectory, whether nationally or regionally, we are all in for a hard time. Because whether the regulator grants the tariff, someone will suffer. Whether the regulator doesn't grant the tariff, someone will still suffer. However, one element that perhaps we did agree on, and this is the position perhaps that they did request that we present today, was understanding that as a business community, I think some of my other colleagues have mentioned, it is becoming unsustainable for the business sector to continue to subsidize domestic users. And I say this in the full understanding of the context in which the domestic users are, because that encapsulates me as an individual, whatever my socioeconomic standing is. But if we want to continue drive investment, particularly of the IPPs, and continue the path of job creation, we have to make it an equitable, I think, distribution of the pressures that we're all facing. And in essence, perhaps we may not agree or agreed on a quantum or what is the appropriate quantum in terms of the application in question, but it was to emphasize I think the position of cost reflectivity amongst others that perhaps for time constraints I might not get into. Thank you very much.
You, yeah, please proceed. I think we've had 3 speakers, the fourth and the fifth, so that maybe let me just at this juncture check how many more hands. I saw the gentleman here. Maybe let us do this. Let's take all the comments in a series so that we take just the full round. So there is about 5 hands. Let me see again. Let me see again. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Maybe let's do the 8 colleagues. I think we'll be able to note the questions, and I'm sure there are overlaps. Others are shorter questions, so that we give everybody an opportunity. I'm aware some of you have other assignments. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Zwagele Dlamini. Maybe let me start by thanking SEC for the good presentation. In fact, they've given us the clear picture of what's going on. My first question is, rather say a concern, is one of the major reasons why they are increasing this tariff so much is because of, correct me if I'm wrong, it's because of losses they've made the previous, I would say maybe 4 financial years, and they are trying to recover. So my question is, why don't we spread? Because you've made losses over 4 financial years, and now you want to recover in 2 financial years, and that alone made the tariffs to be increased stiffy. When you talk of 52% in 2 years, why don't we spread maybe over a period of 5 years, saying we are trying to recover from the losses that we have made? Why don't you maybe spread that across maybe a period of 5-6 years? That's my question. That's my first question. My last question, maybe let me direct it to Mr. Masina. He mentioned that He mentioned that they are trying, as SEC, they are trying their level best to do certain projects that maybe in the future will help maybe to minimize the high increase of the tariffs, but they are blocked somewhere, maybe by certain stakeholders that are involved in those projects. Maybe my question will be, have they tried maybe to consult a cabinet through their ministry if there are some blockage? Maybe through the ministry, say we want to do this as EC, that will help the country, that will help the EC to produce more electricity locally, but we are blocked here and here and here. Maybe they, I don't know, maybe they will get help or what, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Regulator. I think I asked EEC direct questions, and unfortunately, I feel I did not get direct responses. I need your assistance, Regulator. I'll try to paraphrase them yet again briefly. The first one would be, what is the increase of the energy mix? Eskom is only providing between 50 and 55% of the energy mix. What percentage are we talking about? Because they are using the Eskom increase as an assumption, as a key assumption into the tariff determination. The other one speaks to the directives issued by the ISERA, which is 17 conditions. I think I said there are 17 in total. How many has EEC fulfilled? Ulo 17. And I would also request you, Mr. Regulator, to confirm whatever figure they give us in this meeting. Going back to the geothermal exploration, I think EEC has indicated that as per the master plan of 2018, in not so many words, geothermal is not a viable option. And I think the MD indicated that things have changed. What has changed between in the last 5 years for us to spend 60 million on exploring geothermal? I think my last one speaks to the Ferreira Canal. They spoke of issues of servitude, which I believe servitude should have been dealt with during the construction of the Ferreira Canal. Now we are talking of revamping the Ferreira Canal. The farmers will be benefiting from drawing water from the Ferreira Canal. And EEC saying the farmers around Malken's area will be benefiting from the tariff as well, without them contributing to revamping the Ferreira Canal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Nascimento. First of all, I'm here as a consumer, domestic, and then also representing the company. I'd like to agree with Mandisa. She mentioned that it does seem as if EEC is a sinking ship and you are using the consumer as a lifeboat for all the losses that you guys have created within the years, importing electricity. And you said that you're now buying electricity using an overdraft, and you might have to be getting loans to get electricity. That does affect us as companies in the factories, because then it means we have to now decrease salaries on the people that are working, so they will not be able to pay for electricity, right? Even if the employer wants to increase the salary, he can't do that. Mr. I think MD, he spoke about empowering us as Swazis. I don't see any empowerment, because all we're doing is just digging deep into our pockets. Pockets are getting empty, right? A person working in a factory earning 800 Rand, right? 200 Rand, no, 100 Rand is 44 units. CEOs, FAOs, and MDs and GMs, do you think that you'd be able to survive on 44 units a month? I wouldn't. You spoke about importing from South Africa and not having control over importing power, right? It's leaving us as well with no control of You have no control when it comes to importing, right? So they tell you that if they're increasing at whatever percentage that they're increasing, you come this side and you tell us that you're also increasing. And we've got no choice but to dance to your tune. Because for the fact that EEC remains a monopolized entity, we've got nowhere else to go. So we will forever dance to your tune. So today you guys came here and you're giving us a presentation and telling us that for the next few years you'll be doing this, this and that, but you're not giving us an assurance of, hey, we will be decreasing here and there. This is what we can do here to help you guys so we can, because it's a give and take situation, right? You give us, we give you. We cannot take from us, because at the end of the day, we'll be lighting candles every day. And if us as consumers cannot buy from you guys, then it means EEC will cease to exist because you will not have anybody to sell electricity to. I think maybe different types of energy should be looked into, like your geothermal that you guys spoke about. It seems like a very good idea. The wind turbines, I think that's what they're called. And also waste to energy. Maybe you guys can look into that and work with the municipals that we have around the country. Every day they're collecting trash. You can use that to generate it into electricity. There's a lot of options that we can do before we can run to Eskom South Africa. They themselves can't support their country. Every day they load shedding. So if that is affecting them, it means then our electricity will spike up. And we have no control over it, as I mentioned, as long as it's a monopolized entity. Thank you.
Siyabonga sivusele nonke bakangwane. Ngwakamthethwa mina ngichamuka le eDulu eNgwenye ePolypack. Siyabonga eSerana MD sesivile lokho ukuthi nithini. However umuntu angabuda lokho ukuthi ingabe uma ngabe ni comparisha noma mhlawumbe angathi noma kunema issues ema contract yini vele sifanele lokuthi sithengeka Eskom kuphela yini lo gas longaka lesimthengako lo EDM loke wamveta MD nangabe sithenga khona bede ine sufficient enough ukuthi bangakhona kusithengisela even more sehlise ngala ku Eskom because naye una letinkinga lanato. That is number one. Number two, angabe ikhona indlela emdide kwakuthi phela nihle nimhlola na hulumende because ni entity ya hulumende. La lesimona sesibi kanje uthini yena uyakhona yini ngeke sakhona lokhu subsidize uke wabekisa ngema countries lamanye la sitwa ngihulumende ngokuthi mhlawumbe ethele timoto ethele letinkampani noma ke ngaleto tindlela la nga subsidize ngato uhulumende to cushion le consumer ngoba siyafa kakhulu. Number 3 lamanye ma colleagues asathinzile lokho but nje ngicela ku emphasize lokho ukuthi vele ema business ngeke asakhona to absorb le mali lengaka because ngidawubekisa nje ngathi lela ngisuka khona. We are currently sitting at 1.2 million ngenyanga ibill ya gas. So if ufaka imali le noma ke increase lengaka we are sikijima kakhulu siya ku 1.3 million if I'm not mistaken ngenyanga. So ke I suggestion yami ithi asesimvumele EEC ngemabomu nangabe kubita lokutha liquidate akaseka liquidate sibone ukuthi kude lota uintervene ngoba nangabe lo lokumele intervene abona ukuthi thina ema consumers solo siyakhona kumsustain EEC angeke azadikhathade kepha ngabo abona lokuthi EEC nyalo akasakhoni ku supply nhlobo lo gas mina ngisholo ukuthi ikhona intervention letaba khona because nyalo sibukeka sisakhona EEC ku raise ama funds kanti EEC utarget thina thina nje we are becoming an easy target ya EEC uthi angabona ukuthi kusho that imali agijima iconsume even ibusiness ngeke seyisebente ngalendlela yokuthi nangabe kwenyuka into la sebenta ngato leyo ngapane leyo bese igijima iya kuma customers labathengako athi hey sengi-impose i-increase ku product yami akuhambi kanjalo ngoba nangabe kuhamba kanjalo lokusho ukuthi thina nje kube besinalenye option besitawuthi hayi hlalana gesi wakho lodulile EEC sesiyale besitawusho njalo but ke ngalokuthi EEC mhlawumbe uyakusebenzisa nalokuthi uyedwana ngiko asenda ngalendlela la senda ngayo so ke ngiko ngithi asesimvumele EEC a liquidate nabe kubita tha liquidate why ngisho njalo if simvumela EEC nyalo athole le mali ayifunako into letawendeka bese kuba bete le intervention ngale on the ground kutawuvala lama business bantu baphelele ngomsebenzi and itawuthini lenkulumo itawuthi cha inkampani mani valile nje ngekuthi bese kude imali kanzi the main contributing factor ngulo gas so sekude le intervention noma ke sekude lo ngahle ende intervention ngale ebusinessini uma ngabe le business ay decide ku liquidate kanzi EEC ukhona lo ngamrescueisha so ke ngiyiko ngithathe salawe EEC nangabe kubita ukuthi a liquidate aseka liquidate anganikwa le mali ayifuna konyalo a liquidate nabe kubita tha liquidate yes ngicabanga ukuthi ngiloko ngiyabonga
Thank you. Gama lami ngingithoba ngokanhleko. My first question ngifuna ukukhuluma ngayo nje it's regarding the geothermal investment. Butu kwakhuluma lapha emuva wathi 5 years back it was said that it was not viable but now we are back at it. I just want to know mina ukuthi after spending so much money on this feasibility study, have we obtained the rights for drilling? Or ngeke niphindze nisijikele endleleni only to find that we have spent over 50 million and then you say it's no longer viable again. And then the second one, it's the 2-year plan. Lenkhuluma ngayo. I just want to know how feasible it is because after this application, let's say the authority yanvumela, how feasible it is because the tariffs maybe in 2029 might subsidize. Because looking at the projects and your investments into projects, I'm not impressed. I'm still not answered regarding the matter of prioritizing the engagement with stakeholders who have got an infrastructure that can fit back into the grid. Why are we not prioritizing that as well? Thank you.
Sanibonani malangeni lamahle. Ngilungelo akahle ngethwa sibonga etiko letemfundo nokuqeqesha. Siyabonga lelithuba kutokuva nje ukuthi mbambamba gezi ukhuliswa yini kangaka. Sitawuphila njani thina ke sekuphila ukukhula gezi. Mine is mainly on the schools. Leti sebenzisa gezi onke malanga tibe tibhadala ka EEC. Sebashito labanye ukuthi we don't have an option but it's the EEC yetvala la unless ke mhlambe uba ne solar power yakho noma ne generator yakho noma nani yakho la ukhona khona. Now our main concern etikolweni is the ever increasing electricity charge letawugcina ikhulisa imfundo the cost of education in the country. Asengibekise nge primary school whereby it is only government that pays for the primary schools children to learn. Batala basabhatali lapho. And Hulmende is not paying much. Masesbuka le mali ayibhatalako into the primary school. So if you are saying iyakhula le mali, we need to go to government. Sithi asongete phela nawo le FPE grant. And at the same time, tikolwa, ti-charge like businesses, business entities. Ngekuthi tibhatala na monthly fee every month if not bhatal. So if a school has not bought electricity in June, July, they've got to come and pay twice the money. And it becomes expensive for the schools to run. So basically, education ukuthi EEC na isera sabahlale phansi babukusane how they can mitigate on that one. Ngoba iyasihlupha kakhulu atikolweni. You find ukuthi the school principal goes to buy electricity units aphethe 1,000 emalangeni. Bamtshele ukuthi you've only paid for the monthly charges. You only get 10 units of electricity to use. And now that becomes a problem. Asakhona ukusurvive kanjalo. Lokunye sabakhulumisile ke labanye ukuthi if le tariff inyuka le, it means lo mtali utabeta imali enough. Because bayasho nje labanye ukuthi batawulahlekelwa ngumsebenzi babantu bangangona. Because the companies will close down. And isn't just shooting yourselves in the foot? Ngoba kusho ukuthi you will not get enough money now to run EEC matters. And therefore, so yaphela ke lo gezi manje. Sekuqhamuka nako la kushida ubunakethi lapha ukuthi let EEC run down to closure. Abe bankrupt vele kwathi yosesite EEC, then someone can come up and pick it up. Asathi singenda kanjani, but lathi ikolweni vele sinako lokucela nalama high schools nje la kunema overseas incumbi la ikolweni. You go around the schools ukhanza ukuthi 80% of the learners ngama overseas, and government comes in to pay 1,950 for each student la skolweni al overseas umntwana. Head teacher kutshele ukuthi faka imali ngetulu wasibala kanginayo le mali ngayithatha. And therefore, which means the school is run under budget. Because if you say school fees sing 10,000 ngemnyaka, government pays hardly 2,000 emalangeni for an OVC. We are born ukuthi there's a problem ke lapho. Shows lo mphalo omunye lo OVC ubhadalelwa ngumphalo ka OVC to run the school. So then comes EEC. So it's okay, sesiyakhulisa ke manje. Wakakhulisako sekusho ukuthi le school fees senanjani naso siyaphakama siyedulu. And therefore kuthiwa sekuthiwa ke asakhona ukuyofunza because sekudurile. So singacela ke IEC ukuthi abakubuke lokho ukuthi le tikolo bangasita kanjani kuze ukuthi while they are providing a service nabo le schools are providing a service. Sibone ukuthi nguphi la singamithana khona halfway. Singaze sibulala nesodva la siba mswati sonke. Amen.
Afternoon everyone. Start off by thanking both ISERA and EEC for the forum. My question leverages on some of the submissions made by colleagues in the audience. The one speaks to the blockers that were mentioned by the legal office. I think it is grossly unfair for EEC to highlight the pain points and then omit disclosing this seemingly critical pain point of blockers that are seemingly hindering the success of some initiatives that EEC has sought to take up in the past. And as a follow-up to that, my second question speaks to the master plan. I now wonder what influence or impact these blockers might have to the success of the master plan that is currently under construction. so what's the risk exposure? If the gentleman at the front highlighted that in 2013 there were initiatives disclosed that were seemingly taken up by EEC and to date have not been actioned or completed, what certainty do we as the public have to say the things you've tabled here today will not be blocked by the same undisclosed people, as it were?
Nina bakangwane wakansibanze sibongo mina lapha kalobamba lomtsala lengisho kumne ukuthi SEC as much as adzinga ukuthi kube khona ama tariffs la khuphukako kodwa akangasusibulala sive because lokhu ku in cycles nabangakubuka kahle if enyusa SEC ngalendlela leya lama percent lawo angafuni kuspreada evenly kutakwendeka ukuthi lama businesses are closed down naka close down labantu labangema consumers labasebenta kulama business batawubabatele imali yokuthenga lo gesi le SEC emva kwaloko SEC ngilapha tawufika khona kunakulaba solo bakusho ukuthi aka liquidate ngani lapho utaba asafoswa ngilesimo lesikhona na isera ke umlawuli lapha akabambisane na SEC akabangele nangumuntu lokungangeni in contact kuye kuthi kufanele naye aphile kulogezi yena lo but kuthi in contact lengenako kuye ekupheleni kwenyanga baka environment ngala abafuni kuyothothwa tinkuni kuzimbe batawuyekela lo gezi bahambe bawuthotha tinkuni usi environment ngalapho senibulala imvelo so ke la bantu sebala emkhathini and at the end of all lokhu kula kuma consumers labantu labangemaswati mineke bengicela ku leadership team yaka SEC may they think out of the box baqabange nje ukuthi what can they do to do more with less and bring at the lowest or minimum cost lengeke ibulalela amaswati ngoba lokhu nani ngakhumbula tawuhamba ndunankulu elive beqokotela liven kuqedza stability noma kuthula lokukhona laven lokhu akusiyo nje into longayithatha lightly ukuthi hayi sifuna ukuthi SEC amane athole lama tariffs bukani nestability selive ukuthi asilimali yini inkosi ihlala icela onke emalanga ukuthi ngicela ningiphe sipho sekuthula but lokhu kuyakuqedza kuthula please isera ngiyaqela nawe mlawuli ukuthi uhlale phansi ukuthatha serious lokhu kubuke kungathatheki nje so easily kubukeke ukuthi kuyapi ngoba noma SEC angakubuka nyalo asiyena I want these tariffs now but it goes in cycles it will come back to SEC asethe bantu labakhona kubhadala gezi kuyi amen.
Siyanibusela endlini ngumusa wenkosi maziyalo lokhulumako ngihlala la Ezulwini mine kwami kunye nje mlawuli nawe EEC ukuthi nifanele nisibukele ngoba sekukhulunywe konke nami solo ngiyathatha ngiyajabula sekusele nje ukuthi labe emasondo babukelwe bakhishwe kule bracket yemabhizinisi ngoba le bracket yemabhizinisi iyawabulala lamasondo nathi sinemazayoni siyafuna kuba nalo gezi kodwa asikhoni kubhadala ngoba lo gezi udule kakhulu simane sithenga ama-units njengebantu labato consumer gezi njenge individual sikhishwe la kubhizinisi ngiyabonga.
Thank you. I'm getting a sense. May I get a sense of how many more people are going to speak? It's one gentleman here and one gentleman here. Or there's a Rasta man at the back. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone in the room. Ngiwakadlamini Sibongo. Ngumuntu losebenza kakhulu ngetindzaba tema consumers. Ngijabulile ukuthi for the first time we were able to unpack who is a consumer with regards to the conversation lesinayo namuhla. We are not just referring to people who purchase or who are clients of EEC. We are referring to any person who buys any product, not for the purpose of reselling that product. So whatever decision, maybe angicale ngekubonga regulator, you did something wonderful the previous tariff application. You went back to the people post-implementation. I think that was really wonderful and you need to be applauded for that because that tends to say now says implementile nakulo lokwende sathe le decision lesiyithethe at the time we took it. Ngicela ukuthi ningakuyekeli this time around nibuyele siven whatever decision you are going to make, but please remember whatever decision you will make can make or break this nation. When I used to be a young boy besivamisa kuyokhipha tinyosi sisebenzisa umlilo. Our interest was not in the fire but it was on lo luju lesesulubonile. So whilst the preoccupation was there is honey, noma tsutela, hayi asibuyisa umlilo. Naso uphunyukile lo mlilo though, bese siyaphela endzaweni. Akusatiwa ukuthi ngibani lo loshise lo mango. Let's try ukuthi whatever decision we will make, sende siqiniseko ukuthi sisa enjoy tinyosi, akukhalwa kamakhelwane ukuthi bese kusha ngalo mlilo lebekhishwa ngayo tinyosi. There's a missing stakeholder in the room. I think we are not coming out clear ukuthi how do we involve this missing stakeholder? I know they are invitee kule program yanamuhla kubhaliwe government, but government is not here. Let's try next time to improve. Either sicala ngaye before ngathi MD utawenda njani utawuqala ekushareholder kuqala athi ngicela kuyowenda naku. Bamvumele ke shareholder ukuthi wo ngaya ku regulator uyocela, but itsine naku because we must if we miss government lo qashe abantu labangu 40,000 kulama clients lang to 85,000 EEC mina nje according to my knowledge kule ripple noma what is called multiplier effect uma uwedvana usebenda uyukhanze ukuthi wondla 3 or 4 other households la associated nawe, so nanisi nje kukhula nga 25% ungendeka kukhulela umuntu munye lo ngiyena sebenda kulelo khaya. So le dynamic ya consumer is not as simple as we might think. Hayi ukuthi it's just umuntu lo thenga gezi kuphela, but it also goes to these people lo kanza ukuthi kusimetriwe emakhaya alamahlombe. So please let's find a way to engage government. Kuyasdisturb asive kuva ungathi hulumende khona lokunye lakukhulumako nathi ngala kune process lenye lesiyendako. Let's try next time to harmonize that arena. The consumers will bear the brunt of this tariff increase because businesses will levy the increase on the consumers. I think that point has been articulated. Sicala kusebenzisa gezi sitalwa. Na utalwa nje ufika la mhlabeni utsinga gezi. Nase ufa so ufile so uthule du utsinga ini nalapho. Solo utsinga gezi lemakhateni. Na kusuka kukhula itariff kusho ukuthi nale la sitawuphethela khona zonke ekugcineni siyawukhanza sekudulile. Let us understand the dynamic. Usekugcineni noma sekumele ungcwashwe la ngabe umngcwabo bonke 10,000 la kangwane lonyaka kufuna sathi ukuthi sekukhule nga 25% umngcwabo. Inyama yenkukhu nangabe ihlala efrijini kuze ikhona ekupreserveka consumer ithenge kuna 25% lo wesitolo lathi ayifaka la nkukwini. So as kwendeka leto tinto leto, let us understand the impact. Le product lesikhuluma ngayo yagezi mancane lama substitutes ayo. There are less few if there are alternatives lo ngakhona ukuthi usichasive senkosi asibalekele kunako nyalo. nalapho siyethemba ukuthi sitawuholwa nge-EEC asilayele lokuthi uma kude gezi singabaleka sibheke kuphi noma nake ngase si affordable. This tariff may also lead to increase in electrical goods, products and appliances. Akusiye nje gezi kuphela lo tawukhula utawukhanza ukuthi naloko lokusebenzisa gezi nako sekuyakhula. That will impact the consumer negatively. EEC, you say you have 285,000 customers, but let me assure you, those customers, they levy or provide power to 1.1 million, a nation of 1.1 million. So akusiko nje ukuthi ama-customer enu ngilaba lababhadalako. Kunale sive lesinye lesihlala la tindlini la kukhanya khona kuze bakhone ukudadisha temfundo dikhone ukuchubeka. Lastly, I want to propose a good regulator na EEC and all stakeholders in the room. Maybe this is the time is ripe for what we can call a national energy indaba. Let's have a national energy indaba as a country where we can sit down and look into how we can make access to energy something that is sustainable in the kingdom. If we continue to meet after every 2 years, send a logo. I want to assure you, I'm not a prophet of doom, but we might struggle. There is a question asked by the gentleman lengemuva wawubuta ngiyamkhumbula because uphinzile lo mbuto namhlanje uthola uaddresseke lo yalomsele nalesi besilapha ka water wabuta wathi bayabhatala labalimi. He came back so uphinze ka 3. So let's find ways engage nakubita in camera ojala inkosi kuje aze eve so that in the next tariff application akabuyi lo mfana abantu basi labantu la kwenza khona lamandini bathini. So asisiteni regulator sibe ne energy indaba hulumende akabe involved asekutholakala indlela ukuthi how government is involved in this so that whatever now comes out as a decision akathi lamaswati inganiseva bani athi lokwakho awusendi lo bekufanele. You will be pitted against probably a very powerful entity or institution. Ngoba nyalo lokube besitase kuvakala ngathi sisitela emhlanganweni again hulumende uma endleleni kunebantu labaka hulumende owa powerful labeme endleleni ya EEC to what kanzi kube iba khona le forum kutasibeka kabi ngalelinye ilanga bonkosi siyabonga.
Sanibonani bakaNkwane. Siyabonga kumlawuli nakuye umphatha ka-EEC emsebenzini lesebawendile nyalo. Mina umbuto wami ucondzana na EEC ekutheni lapha kulama slides akhe uke waveta i-local generation uthi uyayisebenzisa indzaba yayo. Umbuto wami uthi i-local generation itasita kuphi thina in terms of lama tariffs ngoba nangibuka kuvela kulama slides akhe uyaveta Eskom ukuthi Eskom naye afaka ama tariffs ukuthi ucela ama tariffs kunesa nawo la double digits awacele kuma domestic customers akhe khona le South Africa koje kwanaye gesi uyati producela local abasitakali nabo Eskom producer gesi thina utasita kuphi na i-DM lalambitile la naye ngibona ibha yakhe iletu le naye usuka acela kulabantu bakhe le konje nayo uyaproducela ukuthi isisita kuphi le local generation ngoba kuyafana nje. Ngiyacela kubekisa nangalaveni kubekisa lenye ingapane lekhona ingapane yemanti emanti iwathatha laveni koja indlela ladule ngawo ngathi swalanze Canada ukuthi manje kusisitaphi lokuthi si-invest enveni letawuphinde isifananele iphinde isidulele kanje. Ngiyabonga.
I think there's one last speaker, ladies and gentlemen, then we are going to try and respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Skomboza Mboisa.
I come from the Small Enterprises Development Company. So this is really going to affect bosoma business labancane. Siyabonga mlawuli kokuthi uyayenda nale report after the public hearings. I was going through my comments for last year. I think kungasita just to revisit that. But I wanted to make a suggestion. Ema SMEs ehlukene. There is micro, small, medium. I want to suggest, as you look at the tariff, if you can categorize labosoma business clearly, Sebashito, this is taking a lot of businesses out. But I think it's not fair kuvele unakhuze kubo bonke labosoma business uba treated the same. I think if we can categorize them micro, just like the what do you call it? Lifeline, right? Ubabuga labosoma business gogots, what impact will this tariff make? Gibobong. Ngiamvela is a part of me, the pain that you go through every 2 years. I don't want to imagine it. But nasingazama kuba categorize labosoma business, I think kukhona laba itsingako the lifeline kind of a tariff. Ngiyabonga.
I think at this juncture, Gubonga, is to thank everyone for being here and your contributions in the form of questions. I think we will ask Mr. Mkonta or whoever is designated to respond. Then, so we move towards a close.
No, Siyabonga, I think I've got about 16 questions. 16, yes. But I'll try and group. Okay. I'll try and group them, but lamanye batang site my colleagues ngicela kuqala ngala ngemuva, but ezingiphendula lamanye awutahansa repeatana. Kune mbuzo lana lokuthi why can't kufuna consider categorizer ema businesses and see the impact. Some businesses ayidzinga a lifeline. We've recently done a cost of supply study. Since I engage my stakeholders, I want to believe that is also a part of that aspect. We have highlighted Gutsi. This is taking my businesses out. I think most of my comments are highlight on the impact on the tariff to the end consumer. But maybe whilst pendula some of them bring this into the fore to say, in as much as we are asking for a tariff increase, the company is also doing a lot to try and mitigate that aspect. Ngidawubekisa nje. Siyamthenga geze simthenge Mozambique, and by the way, kunema discussions that are currently ongoing between Eswatini and Mozambique to try and see ukuthi can't we mitigate ngekuthi sithenge more from Mozambique. However, lama discussions lango are centered around the tariff again. Because Mozambique, look as wakhona bekasola shiphile when you ngesikhathi Mozambique imthatha from le north bekamjereta ngehydro amlethe in the south. What Mozambique has done in the south mainly, because kune gas in Mozambique, they've put up gas plants, but lama gas plants have come up with the tariffs that are quite high. If you have to buy electricity at around 12 to 13, 14 US cents. So you can imagine what will that mean. So we don't want a deal that worse than ESCOM. If we get a deal less than ESCOM, then it's good for us. bese sekuthi lomnye gezi simthenga from the sub. Nangithi simthenga from the sub, kune their head market lapha khona onke lamave bo Angola, bo Zambia, bo Zimbabwe, bo DRC. They also put into that. So now we khona gezi lokushiphile, we take advantage of that and then procure to mitigate on the tariffs. Ndawukhumbula nje, I think ngesikhathi sabo COVID, most businesses had shut down, and then there was available cheap power. We did take advantage of that. So we do those initiatives. Maybe salengi lampa na le question yakuthi kwa le question lethi le local generation tasita ngani. Ngiyawubekisa, currently we've got about 60 megawatts we local generation in hydro. Bese bana 10 megawatts we solar. Le 60 megawatts we hydro. Usisita ekutheni ensambama during the peak hours. Gezi lesimthanga Eskom usuka adulile. And then ngesikhathi adulile, to mitigate the tariff, we then generate so that sisebenzise lokhu lesinako. But ke ngalokuthi la madam ethu angeke ukhona kwarana throughout abese seka ncipha. Sibese ke nakuphela le peak nangabe seka shiphile ka Eskom bese sihamba siyomthanga ka Eskom. So we do those energy mixes to try and address those issues. Let's have an energy indaba. Yes, we've had a couple of energy indabas. One of them was driven by Standard Bank, and there is the other one. It's been my energy indaba, but I think I'll take that as an input. Good see, maybe very it's time. Good see, a national energy indaba. Still corner good see, be on the same page. I think I do support that. So that is not all nagakulu. Ngidawubekisa nje impact lendeke eZambia recently. eZambia predominantly ema tariffs ayo, I think ngidawukhumbula lapha MD ukhombisile. Ma tariffs abo they were very low. The reason why their tariffs were low is because by generator using hydro. But what has happened recently with the drought in the region, labanye labake bavakashela iVic Falls, you will notice ukuthi lamandi semancane. And then anele ukuthi ehle lamandi asabela mancane, iZambia sesebe bade gas to supply to the country. And then what then happened is that they then had to rely on other countries, mainly South Africa, because South Africa coincidentally bese sebe nayo lo gas. But ngalokho ama tariffs eZambia beka very low. They couldn't afford to buy electricity from countries like South Africa. They then had to go to their regulator and asked Kutsama tariffs are cooler between 80 and 150%. At first, there was resistance in the country because very naturally you can't increase my tariffs by so much. But eventually, just to have that little, from Eskom, they then had to increase my tariffs between 80 and 150%, and that had happened recently. And that was affected, by the way, because countries like Mozambique, who were actually giving us more power, they then also took the opportunity to say there is a market, kuma mines like Zambia and Zimbabwe, who were willing to pay more. Because they were willing to pay more, they reduced the labor in the north. But I think that will actually just give you the picture. Indzaba yemasonto nemabhizinisi kuthi now akabuketwe kubuketiwe lapha kule cost of supply study, but I think indawo notice ukuthi nawunga observer in the past le mali lesikhala ngayo le ma fixed charges, it has been somehow going down because as we try to minimize the cross subsidy kuyabuketwa nase implementwa bese sekuyazama ukuthi adjustwe lapha nalapha. So I think that will also be taken into account. EEC, think out of the box, do more with less. I think I will take it as a challenge, but we are currently trying to do that. Maybe we definitely need to double lama efforts. Maybe ngaba kuplida nje, more especially with the business community, if they've got ideas. Please let us work together as a team. I think it would sit as a country because Lendvolena is affect her song. EEC must not kill the public. Business will close down. It's not necessarily intention ya EEC to kill the public. Ngicela highlight logo, and we've highlighted what is actually driving lokuthi sicele tariff increase. Nathi kubeke ngathi ngabe sicela almost nothing because the intention ya EEC ukuthi ikhone ukuthi operate yende some minimal return, not necessarily to make huge profits, but make minimal return. So that it exist, they survive going forward, because it's critical for the economy of the country. And we do realize that everything you do and everything you touch is driven by electricity. So kumqoka vele ukuthi sikubukete le tinfo leto. Kube nendzaba yetikolwa, I think sengithinzile leyo, ngicela kuchubela phambili. Le geothermal, after spending money, will it be viable? I think everything that tell us maybe ungiside to take that one, but I think njengoba highlightile, Kenya, geothermal is actually generating, I think, about 50%. Yeah, but the tariff, the puma from the geothermal, what is expensive? The party akalen look explorer utrile with everything. Once you have done that, to put up the plant and run this thing, we've got plants in Kenya that have been running from 1973, and the tariff is quite low. So if Nangabe sibe successful, this will also actually help us. But I think MD will actually add on that. Engage stakeholders. I think as an organization, we do engage stakeholders from time to time, and we follow usually processes. Good processes that are actually there. So I engage all stakeholders. Usually, logie kube prohibiting factor. Each generation be successful. The financial close. You might have a brilliant project. A project whereby we could generate using hydro. Lama desktop studies endiwa. As nasapela ama desktop studies are demonstrate to generate the project layer zibe successful. Le unit built abang 5 emalangeni. Now, if the unit built abang 5 emalangeni, currently on average, I think you're paying R2.50. Kusho you can actually see what is the implication of that, because some generation projects do not necessarily guarantee that lama tariffs are low. But lama efforts leswenda to actually increase the generation capacity. Kutasisita going forward, ukuthi sibe ne control. Ungakhanzi ukuthi lento sebe out of control like nyalo nje. If Eskom athi 36%, ngiyabekisa, and Eskom na ngamtfola lo 36%, we're in trouble. And we don't have control over that, because vele sidepende kuye as a base load. Can EEC allow lenza by liquidation ngiyacela it's a question of expressing lobhlungu bale tariff ngicabanga sikevakala, and let's work together, and maybe sizame kubuka ukuthi singaphuma kanjani. Ngiyabelieve lokuthi as emaswati sitawukhona ukuthi sengage sigcine sifike at the right point. Do we have to buy from Eskom only, or can we buy from EDM? We don't necessarily need to buy from Eskom. As long as we can get cheap power from somewhere else, we go for that. And we are currently members of the Southern Africa Power Pool. And all the time, so our exploration options when we meet our counterparts to say, yeah, do you have power? If you have got cheap power, let's sign an agreement. And if I say yes, nago, then we go ahead and sign that agreement and supply the power. Recently, we managed to sign an agreement with Botswana. Botswana some excess power because each generator using e-coal. And we are going to sign that agreement over the counter. But the biggest challenge is the availability of the plant. I be available most of the time. Now, you can't say down the plant. They then fall back to Eskom. But now, the excess power, definitely we do take that opportunity and pounce on it and then try to mitigate Lama impact in terms of the tariff increases. Can government subsidize the tariff? I think it's a very good point. It's worth engaging, and see my thinking looking at the current economic situation. Maybe those are the things that are challenges, but maybe let me take it as a point that I'll engage us how best can that be taken forward with all stakeholders. Yes, Kultini so Kwalo highlighted we sometimes go to overdraft spadala electricity, yes. Recently, during the high season, which is June, July, August, Eskom tariffs, Ibilia Eskom did escalate to almost 200 million, and you can actually see, then we struggle to actually meet those obligations, but we do try by all means to address that. If you canal MD ngicabanga ukuthi ngidawucela ukuthi ungiside kuleyo le geothermal bese ngikhavile kulama directives manje ngeke ngize ngiwafunze onke 16 la, but we do engage with the regulator and update them on the directives on a quarterly basis. Ngidawubekisa nje one of the directives ithi nangabe sitaba nema major events kuyenteka ukhanze ukuthi kuba nema storms kwaba ne storm esashala kubongculwini sascosta bo plus or minus 10 million to restore. It's an abnormal event. We definitely have to report to the regulator about that, and we do provide those reports. And akhona lama directives, but if there is a need to hambe through all 16 directives, maybe we'll try and do that. But we do engage with the regulator on an ongoing basis. What is the increase on the energy mix? I think lama increases MD highlighted lana lama increases labo EDM nabo Eskom as well as the local generation which is assume ukuthi local generation itaba kanjani in terms of lama forecast ngawo ke la informal tariff benga encourage ukuthi I think ikhona that information le tariff application. You can go to the website, you will definitely find it there. EC is trying to recover losses after 5 years. Well, Mananga understand looks like 5 years with Kamgegupi, and we're trying to cover them over 2 years. Maybe that another one empty. We cover maybe we won't explain it later. But my understanding was that kubanale ule formula nas apply kuba over recovery and under recovery, and we did highlight ukuthi in the event we have over recovered, that is taken care of kule formula ukuthi put back so that the tariff ingatoba that high nangabe under recovery you then recoup that, and then nako ngikolo informa le tariff itaba kanjani. EEC is blocked elsewhere, and yeah ngicela kuyi-addressa in actual fact, when we engage with these projects, more especially these generation projects, there are processes that are actually being followed. And decision making or decision taking our own processes, it depends on the various stakeholders that we actually do engage. And I think it's a question of continuous engagement, more especially on the current generation that we are actually talking about. It's in the to song. Everyone is actually concerned with addressegile. I want to believe ukuthi kungaba kucela nje lokuthi sibambisane. What we're actually saying, we're saying as khona phela ukuthi cross certain hurdles ngidawubekisa nje ngiyabekisa sengisifuna kwenta i-thermal power plant, maybe kufuna uthole le license ukuthole lahle, then you definitely need to then engage those stakeholders to cross those hurdles. But I think it's a question of actually engaging follow processes that are actually needed. But we do vigorously engage and siyabhala, and utawukhanza kulokunye maybe kunetinfo letabe no provide log na log. I don't want to take it to prohibit per se, but it's a question of saying now those institutions are actually asking us to do due diligence in those aspects, and see our engagements. We will continue to update the public in that case. Business Eswatini, I think we have actually highlighted the aspect cross subsidy. Business can't continue subsidizing domestic. We do address this on an ongoing basis. Whenever we get the tariff award, where we sit down and see how best can we actually mitigate the subsidy, but you can't do it once. We do it in such a way that kubetele pain to all the stakeholders. We're supposed to have a power station, but nothing happened. can you spread the increase over 5 years? I think the tariff application yet we are 2 years. Ngicabanga ukuthi if there is a request to consider 5 years, it's an engagement with them as stakeholders. If ESCOM gets 5%, will EEC assure payback? I've already answered that one. Because if we over-recover, we'll definitely pay back in our next tariff application. One aspect, let's say 50 million for a 2 megawatt solar plant in Pumuzi, and I'll tell us who assist on that one. Okay, the cost of electricity will burden the customer as a business, will transfer cost to the consumer. I think it's a point that was actually put up there. The app will need electricity. Yes, it is true. I think you were just highlighting the importance of that. But in the aspect of the cost of the app as well, because Guanyalo is a procurement stage. It has to go through the approval first. We will definitely assure the public by all possible means we do it at least cost, not necessarily to do it for the sake of actually doing it, as long as it will benefit the organization. Why not use fiber for communication, and why not use MTN and Eswatini mobile to reduce lama cost? I think this one is very important. Other revenue, I think it actually pays back. It totaled to about 20 million. We currently are commercializing the fiber in terms of giving it to key stakeholders to make money. And part of that money, plow back. But the strategy said, we are in the process of looking at driving it aggressively for the benefit of the nation to make sure we optimize the usage here. And it is true, now we're looking at getting a connection to Mozambique, to Lamasi cables, as well as South Africa. And once we are done with what we're actually doing, definitely that money will be plowed back. As you have actually seen, La Pagle formula, it does demonstrate there's about 20 million. Part of that 20 million is part of the plowback to the business.
Thank you very much. I think Le Ferreira Canal. If Ferreira Canal yaqala construct on 1963, Emma works supposed to 1968. The agreement yayo le governisha go neutral deed of servitude number 3 of 1970. It affects 4 farms. The first one is Carlsvale. Farm 893, Carlsvale in Farm 693, Nabolango North in Farm 659, Lowit Banks and Kotlosing Farm number bani. But in terms of that agreement, EEC nguye lo wasukela labalimi wacela kuhambisa icanal on their farms. So not in any way were they expected to contribute for the construction of the canal. Not were they expected in any way to contribute to the maintenance of the canal. Nyalo le agreement nangicela kufunza clause H wakhona uthi farm 896 Carlsvale with Bank and Lagnot shall be entitled to use the works constructed and maintained by the board for the purpose of exercising the rights of servitude granted in their favor in terms of this deed. In order to abstract from Great Usutu River such water to which each of them may lawfully entitled for irrigation or domestic purposes, which water shall be drawn from the abstraction points mentioned in subparagraph G. But in no case shall any of them be entitled to abstract for such purposes more water than can be beneficially used on the said properties. In any case, Farm 896 shall not abstract quantity exceeding 2 cusecs. Carlsvale, a quantity of 10 cusecs, Witbank, a quantity of 10 cusecs, Lagnot, a quantity of 20 cusecs. So that was closed in 1970. There is no expectation that they should now pay. In fact, if they were to be compelled to pay, they take us to court and sue us because we're violating agreements that are over 50 years old as I speak. And then the issue of geothermal. There is no study in this kingdom that has ever found geothermal to be non-viable. None whatsoever. Even the response from the MD was saying that geothermal is not going to be in the short-term generation plan. but it's going to be in the long-term generation plan because cost elsewhere has been found to be high. So what EEC is now doing for the first time in this country is actually checking. Good, see, let us not speak geothermal. Let us check the potential. It's called research and development, and great companies that do quite well all over the globe invest into research and development. It costs, yes, we agree, but it will close the argument or speculation of whether this thing is there or not. Once, and hopefully it is there, the upside has been given by my colleagues. Know whether issues that are affected by it, the tariff is quite predictable. So angeke silive sikhona kuyendlula le argument ya geothermal singakawendi lama test leswenda nyalo. And I'm glad that other speakers in the room recognize the upside of it, as well. My colleague has actually spoken to the issue of blockers and everything, quite well. EEC namuhla akateli kutomane abe focus of some negative and maybe one comment. Ucela ukuthi le spirit sekuthi asibambisane singilama stakeholders ladinga generator gezi sibe khona na le focus sibe khona. Past or what happened in the past will not help us, but if we can focus and coalesce so that we go into the future sibambisene, I think sitauba better for Naitaskle ahead of us, colleagues. So I ask with respect that we focus on the future and forget some of the past hindrances. Those that were maybe hindering, I can tell you now, if we can take out statistics, are probably 99% highly supportive of this company. So ngiyacela ukuthi leyo comment leyo ingabe focus of my answer. There is a lot of great work that stakeholders are doing, but there is definitely room for improvement because the projects are not on the ground. Kube bekakhona on the ground ngabe asidikhulumi lokuthi mhlambe khona lokungakahambi kahle. Thank you.
Mqabathi Masina, you have done very well to explain what has happened on the project. And I think I need not elaborate much, but the issue of coal thermal power has been very elusive. And there are key things that need to be done to get it going. And our attempts in the past to partner with some people have not succeeded because of the onerous requests that they have made on meeting some of their conditions. And as a company, we cannot overburden customers with onerous requests from developers. And of course, Vusi has also said that we have a variety of ways to mitigate the cost of supply of electricity, including sourcing electricity from the cheapest sources that are available in the region. And our benchmark is the main supplier. And if you go beyond, if your price is higher than the main supplier, and it has happened even locally when we approached some of the institutions that their prices were higher than that of the main supplier. And we protect you by not buying recklessly. We buy electricity from the cheapest source. And we are cognizant of all our consumers. We have a record, and we keep a record of how our consumers buy electricity and how our consumers pay those that are in the postpaid. And we are not here to discuss that though, but I just want to say that we have taken all those factors into consideration. The reality is that when in Mozambique the electricity price increases, somebody has to absorb it. And unfortunately, everywhere you go, you will find that the tariff is a two-tier tariff. There is the energy cost and also the network cost. And the network costs are the fixed cost. I hear there is a number of suggestions that certain categories of consumers have to be made exempt of the network cost. But the reality is that they have a network that supplies them. How do we do the maintenance? We have done a cost of supply study that we are in a discussion with the regulator with some proposals on how to mitigate the escalation cost for those consumers that are in the indigent category. And of course, we strongly believe that with the partnerships that we have forged at the moment with respect to increasing generation capacity, we shall succeed. Mr. Masina has attributed quite a few things regarding some of the conditions that we see from our suppliers. For example, if there is a change in law in the country, an IPP wants to be compensated for that change in law if it is going to affect their viability and their bankability. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Mkonda. Ngicabanga ukuthi there was just one or two questions that were directed to the regulator. Maybe let me ask my colleague, Mr. Kumalo, to just quickly respond to that so that we wrap up.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think Kwamgu Fisher, it's just to maybe speak to the issue of directives. Perhaps just to confirm, I think it's been asked several times. Logaguti, yes, most of the directives have been met. I think perhaps with the exception of 5 or 6, if I'm correct. Last is pending. But there is progress. I think one of the key ones in the pending directives is issue of connection charges. I think this has been an issue in the country for quite a while. Logaguti, kufuneka review the way connection charges are dealt with. We will remember what the regulator developed connection charge guidelines a few years ago, and I think EEC is working to implement that. I think recently there's been a meeting to try and fine-tune what EEC's proposal of implementing is. But most of them, in particular the key ones, operational efficiency study, manpower study, as well as the optimal financing structure study, were submitted to EEC. I'm sorry, to ESERA. Maybe late timing, because most of these directives were submitted, say during the process apply or post the application had been submitted. So some of them we probably will not have sufficient time to assess sufficiently for them to have an impact in this tariff review. But certainly we will do issue diligence, because we have to do issue diligence here. We will understand exactly what the outcome of the studies are and how best they can be implemented. So we might not see MR certainly. I think going forward, they will have an impact. We will, in detail, also have this in the tariff order. The CSE issue with the decision, exactly to give feedback to the customers to the extent to which the directives were met by the utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumalo, and thank you, EEC. I just want to close by maybe touching on what I think were key issues. I think there was a suggestion on the issue of VAT that my take is that this is something that we need to, the issue of the VAT, that would a consideration be made, that an exemption be granted on VAT. I think we are from that era, and quite frankly, it is something that lends itself in the square of the Ministry of Finance, but we are noting it as a submission. I will not delve into whether business does actually submit their forms and get there, because ordinarily you should get your VAT back as business. But at the end of the day, it's the consumer who ultimately takes the final can. I also want to touch on the fact that we invited government ministries. I think Mr. Nhlengetwa, part of the reason he is here, we wrote to all ministries in government to be present here. And without naming people, I'm aware that government is aware of the contents and discussions of this meeting, because they are also the single major consumer of power in this country. And I do need to say that government also pays the tax as well, because they are in that tax bracket when they are billed. And I think the other issue that I think is, in closing, I need to make mention of is the impact on the cost of education in the country. We take note, I think collectively with EEC, of the impact on education and the consequences of a high tariff in electricity. I think that is actually being noted in terms of the cost of education in the country. The ripple effect generally, I think if I were to summarize in one word, everyone has basically said the ripple effect is that we may have said it in different languages, different tones, different emotions, but the truth of the matter is the ripple effect is that it may have a negative effect on the economy. Can we be mindful of that as we arrive at a decision? We certainly will, and we take guidance. There's a gentleman at the back, I think he called himself Mr. Sbanze. I think the cost of electricity in any country has a potential of causing a political uprising. And his guidance was that, can we be sensitive to this as we make a decision? And we take this guidance as well. I think collectively I would want to emphasize and say, because it is this kind of feedback. I am deliberately picking up these issues. Business Eswatini, I just want to take one word that comes from them. That whilst Business Eswatini has been cross-subsidizing us, their concern is that lo mthwalo soyabesinza bayacela phela ukuthi nathi sima domestic consumers ekhaya. But they are also here, they are listening because they are employers. Whichever way they look on the side of the equation, as employers, they must also bear in mind that whether it goes to me as a consumer or it stays with you as a contributor, as an employer. But all I can say is to say we are grateful good business have all along supported in principle that there is a certain level of cross-subsidy, because it actually means the very employee who works for them is subsidized. Even over and above that, the very indigent person who is out there in the street is being taken care by business, and I think that must not be taken for granted. As a regulator, I think you will be aware that part of the lifeline tariff decisions, part of the level of cross-subsidies, part of trying to eliminate the cross-subsidies over a period of 12 years is part of the reason. The reason you will see EEC's proposal, I'm talking to the principle, that they've suggested an increase of 30% to business and 34% to the domestic consumer, is an effort lokuthi lo mthwalo usuka suke phela nakulabo somabhizinisi ngale difference yalo 4%. Whether that is the final decision or not, I think it's something, but I just want us to focus on the principle so that business also recognizes that I think this is being taken into serious consideration. The ripple effect of this is indeed very, very large. There are pinpointed questions that may not have been answered satisfactorily. But I think, as already mentioned, I think we will do a detailed report. We record literally everything and we produce that report. That is not our report, it is your report, your submissions. We also take guidance that perhaps all of us, as we prepare for the next tariff review, let's go back to these reports and just test ourselves on whether we are inviting people to come to these hearings for them to repeat themselves. We take guidance and lessons. Ladies and gentlemen, I think mine is just to say thank you very much for the decorum, for the honest feedback, for the direct engagement that you've given us. I think we will take into consideration as we make very difficult decision. I think we don't expect to have sweethearts or friends, but I think we'll do our utmost best to do a decision that will save this country in a balanced manner. It may not be perfect, it may not satisfy EEC at all, it may not satisfy you at all, but I think our decision is one that will try in this circumstance to arrive at that which will be seen as the best balance. I really thank you for your attention, and may Tekla come through and take over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate all the submissions that we've received, and they are duly noted. At this point, as we close the meeting, with just one announcement that lunch will be served, and it will be served at the restaurant. Please make sure that you have a coupon with you that you will use at the restaurant. As we close, we'd like to request Ngamiso to close for us in prayer. Thank you so much.
Father, we thank you for being with us, oh God, throughout these deliberations. We pray, oh Father, that as we depart, may your traveling mercies be upon us, and may you bless the food that we are just about to eat. May you help us, oh God, in guiding and making decisions, oh God, that will help our nation. We ask all this in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please make your way to the restaurant.